Tonight, you are not torn open by cannon or swallowed by the sea. Your ending, if that is what this is, chooses softer rooms. In Georgian London, sorrow can be well dressed. Illness, if it keeps its voice low and its laces neat, is almost a refinement. There are people who admire a certain pallor the way they admire a silk's sheen. They call it sensibility. They mistake it for virtue. If pain wears gloves and doesn't spoil the table linen, polite company will let it sit down beside them and pass the salt. You live among such courtesies. A terrace house off Bedford Row, tidy as a ruled line, sits with its face composed. The shutters tap tap, even when the next street is still. The neighbors have their own weather. On your pavement, the wind is always a little keener, a little more personal, as though it knows your name. The hallway smells faintly of beeswax and coal. The stair rods shine. There's a maid, barely 16, ribs you could count if you were the sort to count ribs, who carries hot bricks wrapped in flannel to your bed and does not quite look at you as she sets them down. She's quick with work and careful with silence. She knows this house prefers its griefs folded away. You're 27 and the wife of a competent man, which in London is a station and a sentence both. He is a solicitor with tidy hands and a calendar that fills itself. He never forgets a retainer or a birthday. He sometimes forgets where you are in the room. He loves you in the way the city does, constantly, practically, without the habit of noticing. At dinner, he lifts his eyes over the newspaper and finds you there, which is to say, he remembers that you exist and that the soup is cooling. He's not unkind. He is simply busy with a kind of life that regards sorrow as a private expense to be paid quietly. They called it a difficult confinement, as if childbirth were a room one could leave when one had finished paying for it. The child did not live. You did, though at odd hours of the day you feel like a person whose breath has been borrowed for too long and should be returned. Ever since, you bleed sometimes. Nothing the physician calls dangerous. Everything you call inconvenient. Your sleep has turned inside out. You wake at midnight with a steady mind and a throat gone sore from quiet. Then doze at noon under a window that sun should have warmed. You cry without knowing the word for the thing you miss. Your fingers can still thread a needle, but they tremble when you button cuffs. You're too cold when the fire burns, too warm when the grate is ash. It is all small, all survivable, all the more exhausting for refusing drama. There is no outward reason for any of this. London is full of men who are paid handsomely to prefer outward reasons. In their absence, people choose words that let them remain comfortable in their drawing rooms. Delicate, they say, as though you were a pastry. A touch of nerves, they add, as if this were an afternoon drizzle. Grief, they murmur, a word so general it asks nothing of them but a tilted head. You nod because nodding is part of the costume. You used to be marvelously presentable. You wore your cleverness like a ribbon, tied, tasteful, definite. You remembered the names that mattered and could match a wife to her husband and a husband to his ambitions. On certain evenings, in houses that smelled of lemons and damp velvet, you sat down at a harpsichord and played well enough that the stranger's faces altered. A good note can change a face. You knew the weight of such small powers and spent them carefully. Now the instrument is shut. Dust a fine treaty on its lid. When you lift the cover, the keys look like teeth, and your wrists ache before you've begun. Letters collect on the escritoire, one with a black edge from a cousin who will not use the word death because it sounds common, one about a christening to which you have been invited and will not go, one from your sister that smells of soap and horses and makes you feel both older and younger than she is. You answer them in starts. Your handwriting has learned to falter. Half a page, 3 lines, a congratulation that tries for lightness and lands like a teacup set down too hard. You leave the sealing wax uncapped and find it. Hours later, a little lake the color of dried cherries. Sometimes you sit at the window and watch Bedford Row pass judgments on itself. A clerk scurries with a bundle of papers tied in twine. It's not conveying a moral superiority to other knots. A barrister tilts his hat precisely one friendliness upward when a gentleman he half knows passes. There is a boy who kicks at nothing at all with perfect attention. Across the way, a woman checks her reflection in a darkened pane and resets her mouth. You do not open the window. The outside world is colder up close. In the mornings, when you cannot decide whether to sit or stand, the maid moves through the room as if someone had measured her steps with a string. She warms your slippers and puts the glass in the washstand at the precise angle your hand expects. She has learned not to ask the questions that make your chest feel like a locked trunk. Will you take broth? Will you go out? Will you have callers? She carries the tray away at a pace designed to insult no one, least of all the silence. There are days when the house feels like a theater set that crews adjust while your back is turned. The drawing room chairs live 1 inch closer to the hearth. The rug shows a new bruise where the table leg presses. You find a hairpin on the dining room sill and cannot say whether it is yours, the maid's, or a memory's. The clock insists on its delicate tyranny. Your body obeys nothing with the same consistency. You do not think of yourself as ill. You think of yourself as someone who has misplaced an ordinary portion of air. If you could retrieve it, the rest would fall into place. The appetite that once arrived like a polite guest, the interest in small gossip that proved a person belongs, the wish to be touched, and the separate wish to be left alone. People ask what you need, and you build sentences with careful hands. Fresh linen, perhaps, and less light through the curtains, and something warm that stays warm long enough to matter. They bring the linen, draw the curtains, heat the bricks. The warmth stays only as long as the brick remembers being a fire. The physician comes, of course he does. London keeps a supply of men who carry a certainty in a bag. He is a private man with a mild limp that makes his footsteps thoughtful. His coat smells faintly of cloves and a starch. He sits when he enters as though he has heard there is nothing in the room that will stand for him. You do not dislike him. You do not, strictly speaking, require him to be different. You require something you cannot put in a sentence. He looks at your eyes with a practiced blankness. as if making room for a conclusion to arrive unencumbered, and remarks upon the weather, which is what people discuss when the soul is not on the table. He asks what they all ask in a tone that suggests it was meant to be asked yesterday too. Do you sleep through the night? Have you taken nourishment? Are there any thoughts of an unnatural kind? Your answers never surprise him. Not quite. Some, no. He writes in a ledger with a nib so fine you cannot hear it a scratch. He recommends warmth and gentleness and time, which are the three commodities least reliably delivered by any household, including your own. Last week, he mentioned leeches with the same mildness one uses to suggest lace over muslin. You agreed because no one has ever told you what a refusal would mean. When he leaves, the house resumes its listening. The street picks up its careful conversation with hooves and wheels and men who mean to be on time. You return to the chair by the window and find that the cushion has learned your body too well. There is the familiar low ache behind the ribs today, an inch or so to the left of sense. It does not pierce, it occupies. You have tried naming it. Ache is too honest, pressure too architectural, emptiness too theatrical. It is none of those and a little of all of them. It travels with you from room to room, which is a peculiar intimacy to share with pain. Sometimes, rarely, you feel a kind of returning, a minute or two when tea tastes like tea instead of obligation, and a page of a book makes a handhold in your mind. You can almost stand all the way up inside your life. Then the minute finishes, and you sit carefully back down. You have not yet learned how far down this goes. You have only learned the first rooms and their furniture, the table where spoons sit like compliant soldiers, the hearth that never remembers you, the bed where a young maid rustles and keeps her eyes on the blankets so yours can rest somewhere. You have learned that grief in London wears a starch and answers gently to its name. You have learned that a woman may vanish by degrees and still pour tea without spilling. Tonight, you're not dying loudly. You are arranging yourself quietly to go on. Morning begins with the business of keeping you intact. The maid draws the curtains only as wide as good manners allow, so the light arrives as a narrow permission rather than a command. She has learned to move without asking the questions that make your skin go tight. The grate is persuaded back into flame. A warming pan hisses softly across the sheets and leaves behind a heat that thinks well of you for a minute or two. She lays out the linen binder the midwife recommended for your belly, folded so precisely it looks like something that knows the answer. You tie it yourself, palms flat, trying to convince your body it is still a house and not a ruin. They called it confinement, and for weeks your world was one room. The windows were meant to be kept close, the drafts banished, the air warmed and sweetened with vinegar, lavender, sometimes orange peel curling in a dish. Visitors arrived at appointed hours to speak softly and leave sugared biscuits you could not taste. The ritual had its own arithmetic, a month indoors for the sake of recovery and propriety, a churching afterward to make you public again. People say these rules protect women. They do not say what they do to the women whose arms are empty when the rules are finished. Your body has been taking attendance in its own peculiar way ever since. Blood, when it pleases. Milk that woke once like a startled bird, then had nowhere to land. The midwife explained how to bind your breasts tightly until the ache spent itself. She made a tea of sage and told you to sip it plain, the way one sips unwelcome truth. She was practical with your body in a manner no gentleman has ever been, and she held you with those square hands when the crying would not stop. You preferred her to the physician at first, but preference turned out to be another thing you mislaid. You want, more than anything, to be an ordinary animal about your sorrows, to pace sometimes, to lift your head to air that has not been folded before it reaches you, but the house asks you to be a scholar of quiet. Your bath is tepid enough to avoid faintness. Your soup is strained so aggressively it could pass through cloth. Your stays lie unfastened at the back of a chair, because the thought of lacing them makes your ribs argue among themselves. The chair remembers the shape of your unfastened life and, out of loyalty, does not complain. On days when your mind holds still enough for facts, you recall what danger looks like in other women's rooms. A fever that climbs with a terrible logic, a tenderness low in the belly that turns to steel, a smell that does not belong to any living thing. The city has learned to name these things something like childbed fever or milk fever if they wish to soften it and make the air less guilty. Men talk of miasmas and bad airs, of contagion that drifts like a rumor from bed to bed. Midwives whisper of basins and hands not properly washed, though they whisper it to each other because no one asks them to speak louder. Your own suffering is small by such measures, so it must be endured in a small way. The streets beyond Bedford Row do not practice endurance so politely. Carts pitch on rut edges and swear under their breath. A delivery boy coughs into his sleeve and keeps the bread from falling. A pair of clerks race their shadows to the corner and miss. A woman with a market basket stands in a patch of sun, as if remembering what it once did for her. You watch these things through glass because glass is easier than air. When you try to read, the words hold hands and refuse to be arranged by you. The maid has learned to set the book down open at a page that looks like a promise. You pick it up and manage 2 paragraphs before the sentences clatter and scatter, and you are tired as if you had lifted coal. Letters you began last week resume their collection on the escritoire like small debts. The black-edged one you answer with simplicity and the smallest possible gratitude. The christening invitation you fold into a strict square and tuck under the blotter as if that were a kind of attendance. Your sister's letter, her handwriting has always trotted, sits by the vase. She tells a story about a skittish mare and the way her eldest laughs when rain turns suddenly to hail. You read it twice and it does not go in. The physician's arrival has the same effect as church bells in a parish that expects to be kept in good order. He comes twice weekly, nearly on time, a hat that believes in itself resting in his palm. He smells faintly of cloves and paper. You wonder if his wife is the sort to arrange the drawer where his scholars live. You wonder if she sings when she is alone. These are the mercies the ill can grant themselves, imagining other people particular enough to be real. He sits, adjusts a cuff, and taps the closed end of his pen against the ledger before uncapping it, as though waking the instrument. He asks those three questions with the same care a locksmith uses on a door that has nothing behind it. Do you sleep through the night? Have you taken nourishment? Any thoughts of an unnatural kind? You have learned the professional grammar of your answers? Not quite. Some no. To say more would be to begin a story without the help to finish it. He accepts your sentences like coins whose value is printed clearly on their faces. He recommends broth and patience. He sighs the sigh of a man who is not sure the household has purchased enough patience at market, but has decided not to quarrel with the price. Last week, he proposed leeches for the heaviness in your head and the slow, miscounting heart you sometimes feel behind your left breast. You agreed because refusal requires energy you like to pretend you are saving for something else. The leeches did what all small violences do. They converted one discomfort into another and claimed the exchange had value. The maid recoiled heroically and then pretended to be brave in a way that made you want to give her a ribbon. After he leaves, you notice what his visits do to the rooms. The air forgets to be formal for a moment. The desk looks relieved to be uninspected. The ledger smell recedes and takes with it a portion of your composure you pretend not to miss. The maid fetches away the tea before it grows cold enough to accuse anyone. Your husband will ask in the evening if the doctor found you improved. You will say yes and watch him experience a civilized measure of relief. He's careful to be grateful. He's careful with everything except the kind of looking that requires lingering. Your body keeps its own minutes. There's a weight between the hips today, a complaint just behind the eyes tomorrow, a pain the size and shape of a name you cannot say the next day. It does not sharpen into an emergency, which everyone around you has been trained to recognize. It hovers, which no one has been trained to treat. When you breathe too deeply, you feel the stitch that follows you from room to room, like a dog uncertain of your affection. When you stand too quickly, a gray curtain pleats itself at the edge of sight. You learn to rise like a queen, deliberately, as if nothing, including gravity, has the right to hurry you. Small customs continue without your consent. Someone polishes the stair rods. Someone replaces the candles before they collapse upon themselves. On Thursdays, two sovereigns appear as they always have, folded into paper and left in the drawer where your good gloves sleep. The maid shakes the hearth rug over the back step and watches the soot settle as if it were weather. The life you could carry returns to the house in other people's hands. A neighbor's child's shout skating down the street, a shoeblack's whistled tune, the postman's knuckles rapping a heartbeat onto the wood. There are hours, precisely 1 hour sometimes, when you believe you might yet resume the arrangement of yourself. You consider the harpsichord lid. You imagine the small ritual of straightening the candlesticks and laying your fingers on keys that have waited without complaint. But the thought of making sound feels like telling a secret to someone who does not deserve it. So you let the lid be. Late in the afternoon, the ache settles low and stays. You put your palms flat on your skirt to steady yourself against nothing. You have become the sort of person who measures distances in chairs. Here to the escritoire, 3 chairs. There to the bed, 2 chairs, and the long breath where you stare at the mantel as if it might read aloud what's written there. The clock observes you without malice. When evening begins, it's a slow rehearsal for night. Footsteps on the stair tell you to arrange your face. Your husband will come up and say that Marshalsea has settled the dispute over the carriage horses, and the clerk from Forbes and Son has acquired an unfortunate cough. You will nod and say it is a pity about the clerk, and think how pity is a currency that never changes hands. He will tell you because he believes such errands keep the world from falling apart, that he has delivered a letter, argued a point, eaten a sandwich in chambers without tasting it, and remembered your favorite apples but forgotten to bring any home. He will ask after your sleep without looking, as though he has asked after your life. You will tell him, not quite, some, no. When the door closes behind him, the room practices being itself again. The air goes back to its work of standing in place. The ache does not leave, but for a few minutes it agrees to be legible. You sit with it like a visitor who has stayed too long and grown dear by accident. You consider that perhaps all you require is something that knows how to quiet the body without scolding it. You do not yet know the shape of that thing, only that you would recognize it by the way your shoulders lower before you have told them to. You sleep little. When sleep comes, it is thin and practical. Like a blanket, the laundry is scorched and pretends is fine. The night passes professionally. At dawn, the maid's footsteps count the stairs again. There is a cup on the tray and a small blue saucer that learned its chip 2 winters ago and never forgot. You drink because drinking is a task, and tasks can be completed. Somewhere in the city, a boy runs errands for men with bags that close neatly. Somewhere in this house, a door will open at the hour it always opens, and a man will sit. And 3 questions: sleep, nourishment, unnatural thoughts will line themselves up like cutlery, and you'll answer them with the precision of someone who, for the moment, still remembers how to hold a spoon. He comes again on a day when the light can't make up its mind. He stands at the threshold long enough for the house to adjust its posture, then enters with that professional quiet that suggests he has taught his boots to apologize for being boots. He removes his hat, places it on the table's corner where no one puts anything that matters, and sits as if the chair were already expecting him. There is the ritual, pulse counted beneath a thumb that has touched 100 wrists today and remembers none of them. Eyelids lifted gently with the back of a finger so the attention feels like courtesy rather than examination. A palm pressed briefly to your brow as though asking the skin to confess. He asks after your sleep, your appetite, your thoughts, and you perform your answers with care. A woman is meant to be legible in small fonts. He says you're not improving. He does not say this unkindly. It is merely the weather report of your body. Then, with the mildness of a man who will not be contradicted by a room, he opens his satchel. That bag contains his profession, a ledger with ruled lines and tiny griefs compressed between them. a sheaf of paper whose edges curl like the ears of patient animals, a flask of something that smells faintly of peppermint for the long afternoons, a case of leeches, their slow intelligence coiled in glass-like punctuation. The maid pretends not to count them. He writes in his book first, because nothing happens until it has happened in ink. Your name appears in that narrow hand, the date follows obediently, and then a row of words that would mean one thing if you wrote them, and another because he does. Melancholia is a gentleman's way of saying the house is too quiet inside your ribs. Nervous strain suggests a violin string, tuned just past the pitch of comfort. Debility is a tidy drawer for the unnameable. You recognize these terms the way one recognizes the manufactured Latin on medicine boxes. They serve as handles, not explanations. He reaches for a square of thick paper and the small traveling bottle of ink with the lid that sticks. There, at your table, he composes the label that will travel farther than he does. Your name, abbreviated carefully to preserve your privacy from the eyes that carry parcels. An instruction, 25 drops? His pen hesitates, then adds two more words as needed. The words look modest. They will soon become a country. He folds the label, tears along the crease with a thumbnail perfected by years of tearing along creases, and seals it with a smear of wax he conjures from nowhere. Then, as if he has concluded a sermon and must bless the congregation with an object lesson, he speaks to the air just above your shoulder. A tincture, he says, a tonic for the nerves. He does not say the ingredient aloud. There is no need. London keeps its own dictionary. The word travels without being spoken. He stands, the limp remarking itself only on the rug's nap, and nods toward the maid, who is already at the door. The apothecary will send it on, he says. This is how medicine moves in your part of the city, by boys' feet and folded paper, by private names and public counters where glass shines like promises. He sets the label on the table as if it were a visiting card and closes his satchel. Broth and rest, he repeats, because certain prescriptions are also a way of dismissing a room. After he goes, the house recovers its own breathing. The maid takes the folded label as if it might bruise and carries it downstairs to the little desk by the tradesman's door. You hear the scratch of her pen as she copies your name onto a slip for the boy at C.'s shop, the one on the corner that trades in lavender water, lint, and a dozen varieties of a sweetened relief. Your husband passes the doorway, adjusts his cuff, and does not notice the paper in her hand. He had asked after your improvement at breakfast. He has done his part for the day. In London, a physician is a certain kind of man, university, somewhere on the skin of his vowels, Latin lining the pockets of his sentences, a coat that implies he sits more often than he bends, he consults, he prescribes, he does not compound. Elsewhere in the city, surgeons with sleeves rolled and hands that know the geography of flesh stitch and lance by daylight and candle alike. Between these two, in more shops than churches, live the apothecaries and chemists, the men who translate prescription into bottle, who sell gentility, its restoratives, and the poor their sleep. Their windows are full of blue and green glass, their counters of drawers labeled with names half English, half charm, Galap, Asafoetida, Dovers, Godfreys, Jesuits bark. If you stand long enough at any corner, you will see one boy after another running with a parcel in oil paper, and inside it, the city's small treatise with paint. Your maid knows the route by heart. Seawiz is reputable without being officious. The master's wife keeps a ledger as neat as any judge's docket. The boy they send to Bedford Row is the sort who does not look upstairs. The maid writes deliver and your initial where your name would be and folds 2 coins into the paper as if she were closing a wound. She tucks the note beneath the bell on the back step. By habit, not by law, the city recognizes this as a doorbell of its own. In the afternoon, you sit at the window and consider the shape of the thing you have agreed to swallow. You have, over the last weeks, agreed to many things because acquiescence takes fewer muscles than refusal. Leeches were a small, precise horror. They numbered your blood and pretended arithmetic could cure grief. Broth has been loyalty in a bowl, and yet it has never learned how to cross the space in your chest. Bed rest has taught you the topography of your ceiling. This new thing, this tincture, promises to be more considerate. Drops, not doses, a glass vial instead of a cup that cools while you spar with it. A velvet way of saying hush. After tea, the city changes shift. The clerks spin out of their offices with their ink-stained nibs still tucked behind their ears. And the women who have kept houses standing while no one was looking close shudders with the gravity of sacraments. Somewhere not far, a church bell arranges 6 into something larger than itself. In the little lane behind the house, footsteps at the tradesman's door pause and shuffle. You hear none of it. You are listening to the particular stillness that precedes a cure. In another street, glass winks under chandeliers and polite men discuss regulation over card tables. They speak of standards, of who may call himself apothecary, who may compound, who must train, where examinations will be kept, which colleges will be satisfied. They will, in a year printed neatly on some act, pin down a portion of this industry with words and seals, but the city will not wait for that. Remedies will keep moving by the ounce and the drop. Labels will be written in fingers practiced at discretion. Women will be served at back doors as gently as duchesses at the front. By the time the law arranges itself, custom will already have made its own. Near dusk, a knock like a cough at the back steps. Too quick, one is slow. The maid opens. A boy stands with his cap in his hands and soot drawn across his cheeks in the hieroglyphics of ladders. He says your surname in the tone London children use when repeating an order that is not theirs. He sets a small parcel wrapped in oil paper in the maid's palms and looks at his shoes as if they might be able to read. She presses a coin into his hand that tells him not to remember the number of times he has visited this door. He nods and vanishes into the kind of alley where boys disappear and reappear all day, each time carrying a different person's hope at arm's length so it does not stain his shirt. The maid brings the parcel upstairs with the gravity such moments require. She does not say your name. She sets it on the table and smooths the edges of the oil paper and leaves, closing the door with the softness reserved for sick rooms and secrets. You sit with it for a time, The parcel is not heavy, but it has density, like a thought that will not disperse. You could open it. The string is only a string. Instead, you let your fingers learn the shape through the paper, the right angles of the glass, the slight give where liquid answers to touch. The label will be inside, written in that careful hand. Your initial, the number that is meant to stand between you and something worse. 25 drops, as needed. You do not yet know what need is. You only know how politely you have been taught to describe it. Evening slides against the window like a shoulder through a crowd. The fire flutters and corrects itself. Somewhere in the house, your husband is speaking to someone in the tone men use when they are arranging outcomes. A plate touches a table and decides to stay. You are kneeling before a small wrapped future and practicing a stillness. The bottle is here. It will be here when you are ready to be someone who opens it. For now, the world holds its breath with you, and the paper makes a soft sound when you place your hand on it. The sound packages make just before they become what they are. You cut the string with a fingernail because to fetch scissors would be to admit ceremony. The oil paper loosens with a sigh that sounds unreasonably like relief. Inside, glass the color of oversteeped tea, darker where the liquid keeps its own counsel. The bottle is cool, so well made that your reflection wavers in it like a thought reconsidered. The label is in the physician's careful hand, your initial, a number as stern as a commandment. 25 drops under it, the little license that enlarges a life as needed. There are no ingredients, no warnings, nothing to explain what country you are about to enter. London, which likes to catalog everything from chimney widths to shoe leather taxes, prefers its most reliable comforts unnamed. You turn the glass in your hand and imagine what words might have been printed there if the city believed you had the right to know. Tincture of opium, spirits, wine, poppy milk transformed into something that can be poured, counted, forgiven. Men have made empires from resin and reckoning. You will be satisfied with a spoon. The stopper resists a moment, as if to ask whether you are certain. Then it eases. The air lifts a faint scent to meet you. Wine and something ironish at the back of it, bitter as discipline. You do not hesitate, not because courage is abundant, but because hesitation has recently cost you more than obedience. The maid has left your cup on the tray, still warm enough to be kind. You steady the spoon above the tea and begin to count as though numbers were small prayers. 1, 2, 3. Each drop oils the surface and disappears. A neat lesson in how the body forgets its visitors. 10, 12, 17. The glass lip taps the spoon's rim with a domestic click that makes the house pretend it has done this before. 25. The spoon comes to your mouth as if of its own will. The taste is both medicinal and politely sweet, a contradiction London has perfected. You swallow, the tea remembers to be tea again. You sit very still because stillness seems like part of the instructions that were not written down. The bottle stands shining beside the saucer with the demeanor of something that will allow itself to be thanked later. It begins where it lives, in the congruence of eyes and mind. The tight net behind your forehead loosens one measured knot at a time. The ache that has lived under your ribs does not flee, but it agrees to reside at a more respectable distance, as if instructed to wait in the hall. Your arms warm first, a pleasant deception that makes you believe your blood has decided to return to the work it once loved. You breathe, and the breath goes all the way in without arguing. You are not transported. You are returned to the exact room where you have been sitting all day. Only now the furniture remembers its names. You lie back without planning to. The pillow is cool on one cheek and smells faintly of starch and lavender, a combination that has lately felt like a reproach and now feels like permission. The sheets hold, not pin. Your eyes close the way eyes do when they belong to someone untroubled. Sleep comes in the democratic way of true kindness, offering itself without inquiry into whether you deserve it. When you wake, the room has kept faith with you. The fire still breathes. The tray has not grown scornful with cold. The light at the window is afternoon colored and undecided. You sit up and wait a moment for your body to notice what has happened. It does. There is an immediate, unsentimental inventory, like a maid opening drawers and finding them properly folded. The pressure behind your eyes has moved off by an inch. The low tug in your hips has become an observation rather than an occupation. You do not feel well, not the brazen, foolish well of people who have never taken to their beds, but you feel legible to yourself in a way you had almost forgotten to want. You reach for the pen you abandoned yesterday and are surprised to find your hand makes the old shapes without trembling. The black edged letter receives its answer with a clean, simple line. You do not say the comforting things you would have said last season when you still believed language could escort sorrow out of a house. You say the honest, kind things and let the rest remain in the air. You turn to your sister's letter. The mare's skittishness charms you as if it were news from a foreign court. You write at more than one sitting, and when you stand, you do not feel as if you have left parts of yourself on the chair. The house notices you as houses do, sideways, by reflection. The maid's step alters by half a beat when she sees you upright. She does not smile because that would be discourteous to how far there is yet to go, but she sets the tea a little nearer as if to concede that the distance is negotiable. Downstairs, something in the hall seems to have been dusted with more conviction. A door that has been sticking gives way without argument. These are the kinds of improvement a household believes in, the ones that make better servants of objects. You set the bottle in the drawer, not hidden exactly, not displayed. The label's corners lift a little where the physician's thumb pressed them down. You consider writing the time somewhere, the hour of your first relief, but it feels like offering up a secret to a ledger that has never given anything back. The bottle is here. You can count from here if counting has to be done. 2 hours pass in a decent calm. You do not measure them because measuring makes you feel like the person who has been left in charge of a clock. You read a page and then another. You drink tea that tastes like itself and not like a task. Your body is not improved so much as it is pacified into something you can inhabit without apology. You discover you can stand at the window without suffering the urge to calculate the distance to the chair. Outside, Bedford Row behaves with its customary sense of law. Men go where they are supposed to, wheels turn, children argue like litigants over a hoop. You watch as one learns a small, jubilant lesson about momentum and falls. He pops up at once, victorious by virtue of having been briefly defeated. You're unexpectedly fond of him. When your husband returns, he looks at you as though a room has been put back the way the catalog said it ought to be. Your color, he remarks in the tone of a man appraising a horse's flank with humane intentions. The compliment belongs to someone kind. You accept it on her behalf. You ask him about the clerk with the cough, and he tells you the clerk has improved, which may or may not be true. He sits, you pour, the evening arranges itself. He says, almost as an afterthought, that the doctor called earlier to repeat his advice about broth. You nod as if broth were the hinge of the world. You do not take the drops again that night. It feels important not to be the sort of woman who requires the same remedy twice before sleep. You tell yourself you are a steady person who has been asked to cross a muddy bit of road and has found a stepping stone. In bed, you listen to the rain thread itself into the gutters and think, for the first time in weeks, that weather might be interesting again. Sleep folds over you with the measured weight of a good blanket. In the morning, you're good. You have set yourself a limit and will keep it. You do not intend to live like a bell that only rings when struck. There is tea in the cup and courage in your spine. The ache has crept back an inch or so, but perhaps that is the normal distance between the living and their pain. You can tolerate that gap. You are, as the doctor would say in his tidy hand, much improved. You go to the drawer only to check that the bottle is as you left it. It is. You feel the strangest fondness for it, not gratitude. Gratitude has to be earned by people, not glass, but recognition. You close the drawer again and feel the reassuring weight of ordinary tasks settle on your day. If wake comes forward in the afternoon, you will deputize another cup of tea, a walk to the window, a line or two of a book. If it presses rudely, you will remind it you are busy. You have a letter to send and a ribbon to find. You have a life to resume in a small, defensible fractions. You make it to noon, the light hardens. Your hands roll themselves into fidgets you do not remember teaching them. The chair's cushion becomes opinionated. When you stand, the room narrows by an inch as if to test your composure. There is, just behind your eyes, a thin wire drawn taut. It does not yet hum. It will. You tell yourself you are managing. You are. Then you open the drawer, not because you need to, you think, but because it would be worse to pretend you might not. The bottle stands up in your palm like an answer. The label says the same thing it said yesterday and somehow means more. 25 drops as needed. You take the spoon from its place and count the numbers the way a person counts her breathing when the theater tells her to. 1, 2, 3. The drops collect and vanish, a brief parade of obedience. 25. When the spoon is at your lips, you do not feel like a woman giving in. You feel, for once, like a woman making a rational choice. The city has a word for such moments. It calls them progress. You swallow, and with a patience that feels like something you might remember and call yours, you wait to be returned to yourself. Morning arrives, and for once does not feel like a test you forgot to study for. Your hands remember their business at the wash stand. The soap smells frank and domestic instead of chemical and accusing. The ache has retreated into a tolerable corner, like a guest growing drowsy after supper. Color touches your face in a way that does not look borrowed. The maid catches it. She would swear she does not look, but she sets the cup a little closer, the way one nudges a chair for a convalescent who has stood longer than expected. You eat toast. It is not a triumph. It is simply toast. That feels like a major event in a civilized city that prefers its victories undramatic. Letters are answered in measurables, 3 paragraphs to your sister, where you add a small, honest sentence about the rain on the window making a decent music, a brief, sincere line to the cousin in mourning, refusing the temptation to tidy her grief with anyone's theology, a reply to the christening, polite and declining, the way one bows to joy without thinking it has wronged you. You sand the signatures and feel the satisfying rasp, a sound you had filed under before. The maid seals them with a neat hand. You watch the wax take the impression as though it were proof of your continued citizenship. You dress yourself without performing heroics. The stays are laced, not aggressively, your ribs, and you have negotiated a truce. You consider which ribbon makes you look least like sorrow rehearsed and choose the one with 2 good years left in it. You take a turn about the room, an old-fashioned phrase that suddenly fits your feet. When you pause at the window, Bedford Row is doing its honest day. The blue-coated charity boys passing in a cluster like migrating punctuation. A brewer's dray negotiating a corner with an indifference that must be learned. A woman with a basket of sprats whose call never quite reaches your glass. For a moment, you have the odd sensation of being on level terms with the world. Your husband notices. He adjusts his cuff and regards you with the deliberate attention of a man confirming the terms of a lease. You look yourself again, he says. So much faith packed into a small imprecision. You answer that you are on the mend, a phrase that belongs equally to broken fences and people, and this feels appropriate. You are a domestic object regaining usefulness. He speaks, with real relief, of the ledger's balance, the predictable absurdities of Forbes and Son, the clerk's cough now described as seasonal. You pour the tea. For 5 minutes, you both believe in a future comprised entirely of solvable errands. The thought of church occurs as a reasonable experiment. Sunday at St. Andrew, Holborn, you say aloud, as if marking a date on paper might make your body obedient to it. You can imagine the steps, the familiar draft in the south aisle, the way the Beatles perform solemnity like men who had it made for them by a capable wife. You can imagine kneeling without the world tilting. Your husband praises the idea. He is a practical man who believes sacredness shines best when rubbed with routine. Afternoon settles and, for once, does not press. You read 2 pages of a novel that likes its heroines cheerful and undaunted. You do not throw it into the fire. You simply close it when the sentences begin to march. You walk to the garden door and consider stepping out. 12 minutes of air were promised by a brochure you invented for this purpose. The hedges are cut into reasonable obedience. The lilac bush performs a little despite the weather. You stand with your hand on the latch and decide that today's blessed novelty is not going outside, but being able to refuse without feeling punished. You turn back, sit, and taste your tea while it is still itself. When the physician calls, he encounters a woman who can answer his three questions with a new, modest confidence. Nearly some. No. He smiles in a manner that wants to seem proprietary and writes improved in the strictest script a man can manage while seated. He does not ask whether you have used the bottle. Improvement is its own credential. You thank him for recommending broth. He receives the gratitude like a coin whose shine flatters its value. When he goes, the room lets out a minute sigh, which the maid tidies away with the tray. You do not take the drops that evening. It seems important to practice being a person who can stop at success. You have a cautious supper. You make a private appointment with your pillow, and you sleep the sort of sleep that resembles a legal document, clear, concise, enforceable. Morning arrives with a seam down its middle. It is not a rupture, only a reminder that days are made, not given. The air has found its little knives again. The wire behind your eyes hums at a pitch you had hoped was discontinued. Not disaster, simply the return of the weather the body makes. You last until 11 on thriftiness and principle. Then you look at the drawer. The act of looking is already an argument you appear to have lost. The label says precisely what it said before. Today, it carries more authority. 25 drops as needed. You are a reasonable person. You will be reasonable about this. Count it precisely. The drops behave like well-trained footmen. 1 to 25, neither generous nor stingy. You take them into tea and do not bother with hope. You want function. The effect arrives with familiar tact. Your shoulders settle. The wire quiets. You file the act under prudence. It is not indulgence to wear a shawl when the evening is cold. It is not weakness to take a thing that makes you able to hold a cup without supervising your own hand. Here is how the slide begins, not with desire, but with administration. You are brisk with your need. You do not dramatize it. You do not call it a need. Morning is now a difficult hour, and difficult hours have always been improved by appliances, stoves, kettles, patent graters, drops. You take them on days that spook your nerves and on days that don't, but look like they might. You space them as if you were managing candles in wartime, enough to see by, not enough to squander. It feels like competence. There is so much dignity to be recovered by doing something on purpose. The household profits. You are more punctual with the bell. The maid's work stops involving so much listening for nothing. You speak at dinner with a precision that stays on the polite side of clever. You do not play the harpsichord, but you look at it without hostility. You answer notes. You perform sisterhood at a distance and do not flinch when the post brings a christening ribbon tucked into paper. Your husband lets out breath. he did not know he was holding and confides to no one in particular that patience has been rewarded. You discover the bottle has a weight that tells stories faster than the label does. Each evening, when you put it away, it sits in the hand like a loaf after company, decisively lighter. You are, you assure yourself, careful. There are even days you do not open the drawer, proof written in the language of not doing. But on mornings when the light arrives wrong, too white, too slant, your palms find the wood without consultation. 25. You are obedient to your own instructions. The city around you approves because approved women are easier to live beside. You make the kind of small talk that oils a society machine, agreeable about the weather's laziness, sympathetic about the goose the cook ruined at Mrs. P.A.'s, properly indignant that the cost of coal has learned arrogance. When callers leave their cards, you receive them in the proportions expected of someone recovering decently. You ask after children, you learn who is in the country and who is only pretending. You store these facts like kindling and use them to make an afternoon warm. Perhaps you think you will attempt church. Sunday comes with its bells in the old order. First, the town's metal gossip, then the parish's conscientious summons. You dress early and discover that buttons require a steadier attention than they used to. You recruit the maids a small certain fingers. The walk to the door is negotiable. The steps are more than steps. Every city teaches its stairs to test loyalty. At the threshold, a fatigue like the memory of flu touches your knees, and the light outside strikes you as overly confident. You pause. You feel sensible, not fragile. You tell your husband the air is changeable, and you will attend next week when it remembers itself. He agrees with that kind of brisk kindness men reserve for postponements that do not alter their own plans. You return to the chair and practice accepting the day as it is. Later, when the bells loosen and the streets go blue with their own evening, you take another dose without preface. Not every day, God forbid the world should become arithmetic, but on the days that request it, you do not announce it to yourself. You swirl your spoon the way cooks do when they know the recipe and would be insulted by measurements. There is relief without audience. The body learns to unclench at the first syllable of the word drop. If you observe very closely, you can detect the shape tolerance makes, no larger than a dropped pin on the carpet, metallic and capable of pricking. You do not step on it. You simply learn to walk with a slight adjustment, the way one favors a shoe that has decided to have opinions. 25 remains your oath, but sometimes the spoon finds a 26th without consulting you. You do not scold it. There are, after all, visitors expected, and a conversation should not be asked to carry more than its share of your trembling. When the physician next calls, he says, "Much improved," and writes it in his book before he quite finishes looking at you. You supply a smile that fits the sentence. You have practiced this one. He advises rest, which you accept because rest has become indistinguishable from penance. He does not ask whether the label he wrote has been persuasive. You do not volunteer how persuasive labels can be when they offer absolution in numbers. In the drawer, The bottle stands with the posture of a butler who knows the family history. You will not need it every day, you tell yourself, and then you do not finish the sentence because need is a word that grows teeth when said aloud. It is easier to be practical. The day is long, the air is thin in certain corners of the house, and the city keeps producing new reasons for a woman to be steady. 25 drops, as needed, have made you possible. It is not indulgence, it is management. At night, you draw the curtain and a street performs its little play of closing. You lie down and count, not sheep, but proofs. Letters answered, tea taken while it was still hot. A conversation in which your voice did not sound like it was arriving from the bottom of a well. The house settles. The maid's step retreats to the attic. Your husband reads legal Latin to himself as if it were a charm against misfortune. You sleep with one hand under the pillow, not because you're hiding anything, but because the body likes to know where it keeps its keys. In the morning, you will see how the light behaves and act accordingly. That is what sensible women do in a city built on schedules. 2 weeks pass and the bottle learns to speak in weight. You do not tally the days, prudence, not piety, but every evening when you return the vial to the drawer, it sits more lightly in your palm, as if part of it had joined you and was not prepared to leave. You do not accuse it. You turn it to the window and see the amber slosh against the glass with the hesitant gravity of a thought you are not ready to finish. The label's corners are softening. The handwriting has begun to look like something the house itself produced. You try discipline first, because discipline is an old friend who doesn't demand conversation. 25 drops, count it steadily into tea. If the wire behind your eyes hums a little louder, if the afternoon acquires the thin brightness of a headache beginning, you add 5, no less precise for being a concession. 25 and 5 is not a capitulation. It is the mathematics of a woman who intends to keep her bargains. The relief arrives at a dignified pace and you accept it without ceremony, like a well-timed visitor who knows not to stay. On the worst mornings, a small buzzing lifts behind your eyes, a hornet trapped politely in a jar. You outwait it until 11, then pour 30 with the rectitude of someone adjusting a shawl against a draft. If you listen closely to your own reasoning, you sound almost municipal. Allowances, contingencies, the sensible allocation of limited resources, the city encourages such governance. In parlors and kitchens, medicine is measured the way soup and a scandal are, by domestic instruments that suggest accuracy while practicing theater. Spoons parade as a standard when every drawer keeps a different family of them. Teaspoons as mean as birds' tongues. Spoons generous enough to baptize. Drops pretend to be identical creatures and then betray you. Their size is governed by angle, by glass lip, by temperature, by how boldly your hand believes in a steadiness. Turn the bottle slightly and the world's physics changes its mind. You count exactly the way you counted yesterday and arrive at a different number without knowing it. There are devices that promise to tame such unruliness. Little glasses lined with hopeful scratches, minims, drams, teaspoons, each mark and oath that no kitchen truly keeps. In shops where blue bottles glow like stained glass, a chemist may produce a minim measure, delicate as a toy decanter, and explain gently, so that the gentleman paying feels scientifically involved, that a minim is a tiny lawful sip of liquid order, the smallest apothecaries unit, a civilization's vow to be precise. You nod because men like to see their instruments honored, and because precision is a kindness when the body is learning to bargain with itself. Then you take the thing home and discover it requires a steadier table than any woman owns on a day her hands remember sorrow. At first, you keep the ritual immaculate. You sit, you count, you swallow, you wait, fashioning yourself into a metronome because a steadiness seems like a virtue you can wear while other virtues are at the laundry. Then the smallest economies present themselves. A drop too slow is flicked with the bottleneck, a gesture that feels like competence. A drop that clings to the glass is allowed to cling for neatness, and you tilt the bottle a hair further to compensate. The minim glass is left unfilled if the maid is in the room. No need to dramatize mathematics. The spoon resumes its throne. You discover there is a different arithmetic you know better, the arithmetic of feeling. A teaspoon is barely enough, a dessert spoon exactly right if callers are expected, a splosh only to take the edge off the hour before dusk. The measurements are not printed anywhere, but your body reads them fluently. Before long, the numbers that once escorted you toward relief begin to trail behind, carrying the wraps. This is not abandonment, it is efficiency. You have, after all, learned a language. There is a moment, reliable as a bell, just before the warmth starts, a softening at the sternum, like loosened laces, a sense that the room has remembered its own proportions. You tilt the bottle to meet that moment the way a singer reaches a note she has practiced into muscle. 25, 28, 30. Soon the count becomes a mannerism rather than a measure. You can feel almost and not quite with enough clarity to correct them. It would be dishonest not to. There's also thrift to consider, not of money that arithmetic is coming for you quietly by another route, but of will. Counting is labor. Counting requires a kind of vigilance that makes you aware of yourself as a person managing herself. And management is a heavy dress to wear all day. So you keep the ritual where it earns its keep and let the rest tidy itself. The bottle's neck learns your wrist's idea of sufficient. You pour by knowledge and call it habit. You tell yourself women have been making families out of habit for centuries. Why shouldn't a woman make a day out of it too? Heaven help the person who tries to standardize comfort. Even chemists confess it if pressed. The drop that leaves a bottle at noon is not the same creature that departs at dusk. What clings at the glass in winter leaps in summer. A draught taken behind a closed door has always tasted slightly different from the same draught taken in a room where someone is watching. You smile at how human even liquid can be. You are not offended. It is a relief to find the world as inconsistent as you are. In the course of such negotiations, you make discoveries. A dosh taken from the spoon settles with the courtesy of a house guest who has read the invitation properly. A sip taken straight from the lip of the bottle, only once, only because the spoon had a straight, only because your hands were shaking more than was decent, arrives faster, hotter, less willing to stay. You record the observation without scolding the circumstances that produced it. You make a private vow to be an upright citizen of your own regimen and immediately forgive yourself for having written a vow on paper made of fog. When friends mention headaches and the time of year at their doors, you recommend rest with a composure that would satisfy a physician. You do not recommend what lives in your drawer because you're not zealous for converts. You're a practical woman preserving a private treaty. Besides, it has been explained to you by men who pronounce syllables in company with Latin that tinctures are for conditions, and you're the condition you're managing. You become fluent in sentences that sound like common sense. I take it only on difficult mornings. The last few days have been uncommonly damp. The spoon is a finicky creature. I wish they'd standardize spoons. Everyone nods. Everyone likes a small complaint that can be solved by civilization. Occasionally, you attempt a return to the old romance of precision. You pour with judicial solemnity. You count in a whisper so the numbers will behave. You wait the full interval before you decide whether it has done its work. The experiment teaches you the same lesson, kindly. Each time, improvement as a sly way of moving the goalposts. Yesterday's 30 is today's exactly, not because greed has entered the room, but because your body, patient mule that it is, has learned to carry what you ask of it and now asks a little consideration in exchange. The physician would call this tolerance with a shrug, large enough to encompass all of London. You call it fairness. The beast that hauls the cart is allowed, you think, a softer strap. At night, while the city overhears itself into sleep, you conduct a different inventory than the one you used to keep. Not letters sent and linens changed, but intervals measured. How many hours from waking to relief? How many from relief to the first small signal, the wire, the tightness, the sense that the edges of things have sharpened? How many between the second and the mercy of forgetting? You do not write these numbers down because writing invites witnesses. But the mind is a ledger whether you like it or not. And the pages turn even when you close your eyes. The bottle is half empty now. You know this, the way a woman knows the butter by sight and the coal by smell. The weight that answers your hand with yesterday's answer, only lighter. You could mention it to your husband the way one mentions cinders and candles, household supplies that vanish respectably. But asking implies excess, implies calculation, implies that the thing has become a thing. Better to write the note yourself on the little paper by the tradesman's door. Better to keep the transaction within the modest republic of girls who carry parcels without raising their eyes. The bottle will be replaced. The world will move with the efficiency of people who know what they are doing. You will return to counting tomorrow, you tell yourself, with the moral gusto of someone who has just postponed a diet to Monday. For now, the room is bearable. The wire has stopped singing. The spoon sleeps. You tilt the bottle to the cup with the calm authority of a person measuring out weather. It happens the way small catastrophes prefer to happen, not with a crash, but with a misplacement the size of a breath. Morning, a gray one. Enters carrying its usual errands. You reach for the drawer because that is what hands do. When the wire behind the eyes has begun its thin song, and the drawer, dutiful, ordinary, never having failed you, opens onto nothing. Not nothing. Exactly thread, the signet wax, a tin of pastilles with their moralizing sweetness, a spool of blue silk that will never be needed for christening gowns, no bottle. You do not panic. Panic is a public act. This is a household matter. You lift the stack of folded handkerchiefs the way a woman lifts a cushion, knowing the key will be beneath it because she has decided to believe in systems. The handkerchiefs produce only themselves. You check the cabinet under the basin, a place where reasonable things go to sulk. The mantle, too visible, the bedside table where it should not be, which is precisely why it sometimes is. You look in the wardrobe among the folds of shawls that remember better shoulders. The bottle is committed to its absence. You sit, hands neatly in your lap, like someone posing for a portrait of self-reliance. The room is unchanged, grate obedient, curtain considerate, chair loyal. Your mouth, however, is dry with the specific dryness of a person who has been thinking about water in order not to think about thirst. You sip tea. It tastes like an argument you're losing. You tell yourself the bottle will appear when you stop looking, the way a word returns when a conversation has moved safely on. By 10, the wire in your head has become a taut a string, tuned by an unkind hand. The air presses not hard, just persistently, the way a child tugs a sleeve to be recognized. Your fingers, always studious, begin to write letters in the skin of your palm that make no words. You stand because sitting suggests that suffering is a choice. Standing proves it isn't. The maid comes and goes in the practiced orbit of girls who carry houses on their backs. She sets down a cup, brushes a crumb from the cloth with a dignity that would impress a bishop, and asks bravely but not foolishly whether you will walk in the garden. You say, in the tone of someone not contradicting the weather, that the light isn't right yet. She is perceptive enough to accept the superstition. She leaves with the cup's shadow still warm on the table. At 11, you attempt a reasonable compromise with the body. You breathe very deliberately, as if breath were embroidery and you must not bruise the linen. You bind your belly with the linen a strip the midwife taught you to fold, convincing your middle to remember its architecture. You sip water by the spoon, which makes a medicine of it. The wire laughs and refuses to unstring itself. Something at the base of your skull flutters like a trapped moth. Your hands begin, almost politely, to tremble. There is a logic to the trembling. It isn't theatrical. It doesn't signal to spectators. It is domestic, private, the kind of tremor a house would make if houses had hands and had been asked to hold their own roofs on in a sudden gust. You place your palms flat upon your skirt and give a lecture to yourself in the voice of the physician. Steady, steady, because sometimes you like the idea of being susceptible to authority. The body listens just long enough to be courteous. You search again, drawer, basin, wardrobe. You kneel and look under the bed, that republic of lost notions and lint. There, a shape against the dust, glass winking like a half-kept promise. You lie down on your side. You do not remember the last time you took this posture for anything other than despair, and reach until the seam in your shoulder protests. Your fingers meet the cool of the glass. You close them and pull. The bottle emerges with a thread of dust around its neck like a forgotten collar. The relief that moves through you isn't joy. It is a reduction of pressure, the way a storm loosens from a window pane by half a tone. You do not measure, not this once. You tell yourself this does not constitute a habit, but rather the correction of an error. The spoon is too far, the hand is too unsteady, the hour is too late for finesse. You tip the bottle to your mouth like someone drinking from a stream she has known since childhood. The taste is worse this way, unmediated, all its edges and bitter syllables intact. It scrapes the back of your throat, then spreads, a swift heat that feels borrowed from the better weather. It hits faster, yes, as advertised by those who have done something once and decided to give it a reputation. It does not stay. It moves through you like a carriage that refuses to be hailed, generous enough to slow, but unwilling to stop. You wait on the curb of yourself for the next carriage. It does not come. You take another small swallow because you are not a woman who lets practical chances pass. Again, the warmth, again, the brevity. The body practices disappointment with tact. You put the bottle on the table and instruct your hands to be quiet. You are not a person who has ever shouted at her hands. You tell them there will be a proper dose later, counted, civilized, legal in the Republic of Cutlery. You will be the sort of woman who does not repeat a convenience simply because it was convenient. You pour tea and hold the cup the way a person in a print holds a symbol. The room takes this as proof of peace and resumes the soft industry that keeps it from falling to pieces. The coal's small shoulders slump. The clock purses its lips and gets on with it. It is almost noon. The maid leaves a note by the tradesman's door because good girls know futures are arranged in daylight. The note says what such notes always say: deliver, the initial, the number 25 as needed. She folds the paper around a coin the way she might bandage a cut. Somewhere, a boy takes ownership of your need without looking directly at it and vanishes into the city's anatomy. Your husband is at chambers and cannot see the way you keep meeting the edges of the room and making concessions to them. The concessions are small. You sit, you stand, you change chairs because one has begun to feel superstitious. You do not walk in the garden because the door seems like a dare. You try to write and produce 3 lines that look like the pen had a private agenda. You pause to let the brief relief, which is already a memory, teach you patience. Patience, it turns out, is merely a word for waiting while someone else is late. By one, a neat panic presents itself, not a fire, not a scream, a tightening at the hinge of the jaw, a sense that your cheeks are preparing to cramp. You remember to unclench. You discover you have forgotten how. Your stomach performs a small cramp to remind you who has the last word. You dislike that your body speaks without asking leave, and you dislike yourself for disliking it. You're practicing civility toward your own flesh and keep failing at the last step. The second swallow from the bottle is smaller than the first because you are a woman of moderation even in error. The effect arrives and writes its name on a window that fogs again immediately. This is how you learn distinction, the way people learn the difference between rain and drizzle. Functionally, what the spoon delivers is a landing. What the bottle's lip delivers is a pause. A person could live on pauses for a time and call it proof of a strength. When the knock comes at the back door, two quick, one is slow, you feel the sound in your teeth. Relief, which has taken to traveling as a parcel, climbs the steps in another boy's hands. The maid receives it with the solemnity of a sacrament performed in a narrow sacristy. Oil paper unwraps, string coils, glass gleams. She brings the new bottle upstairs and sets it beside the one you used, like a woman in a household inventory deciding which plate lives in which cupboard. She removes the old vial to the drawer. This is charity, not disposal. The poor thing is nearly empty and should be allowed to rest. You take the new bottle into your hand. It has the heaviness of a promise whose terms you did not read too closely because the print was agreeable. You do what decent people do when a guest has replaced a guest. You behave as if nothing has happened. You count 25 into tea, exact this time, penance disguised as precision, and wait with the patience of someone who has already met today's worst version of herself and would like to be introduced to the better one. It works, not completely, not as a revelation, but as a reprieve that makes the hour sit down and mind its manners. The wire loosens, the sternum remembers air without negotiation. You sit very still because movement invites opinion. The cup is warm, the saucer behaves, the label on the new bottle looks undecided at the corners, which makes you oddly tender toward it. You are not indulgent. You remind yourself you're orderly. Today's disorder was a matter of housekeeping. You have corrected it. By evening, you will have retold this to yourself in a language you can live with. Misplaced, corrected, resumed. You will have made a small, honest vow to measure properly tomorrow and the next day. You will have allowed yourself the delicate lie that tomorrow loves to be told. And in the space between now and then, you will practice the posture of a woman who has nothing to hide from the room she is sitting in. That the room knows better is a kind of intimacy you have begun to accept. Silence becomes your first servant. It opens doors ahead of you and closes them tidily after. The maid practices it like a catechism. She has learned the choreography of not seeing, how to remove the cup without counting the rings it leaves, how to straighten a drawer without letting her gaze fall on the shape a bottle presses into the wood. When she dusts the escritoire, the cloth passes within an inch of the label's curling corner and never miraculously touches it. She is 16 and knows already what grown women learn late, that in certain houses, mercy wears the face of discretion. Your husband's silence is a different species, active, managerial, masculine. He asks after your sleep the way a foreman inspects a scaffolding, briskly, with confidence in the schedule. When you answer, not quite, he nods, as if grateful to be given a figure he can put into a column. He does not ask what the ache is like because he has no use for measurements that cannot be entered on paper. He prefers weather words, changeable, close, damp, and you oblige him because the truth would have to undress, and neither of you is equipped for that. It's the weather, you say, and he forgives the sun for whatever it has done to you. When callers leave cards, you allow the ritual to rinse you. The maid arranges them on the tray like a hand of polite fortune-telling. Mrs. B, who measures her compassion in teaspoons. Miss H, who has learned to speak of sorrow as if it were a potted plant. Mrs. P, whose opinion of coal merchants could end dynasties. You receive those you can bear. On such days, you begin early, 25, and find that conversation goes on its rails. Inquiries about nieces, about dampness in cellars, about whether the price of lamp oil is an outrage or a mere inconvenience. Your voice behaves, your hands stay within their sentences. When laughter comes, it does so in exactly the right shape and leaves no smudges. The physician's silence is technical. He looks, he listens, he writes, much improved. He records without permitting the phrase to consult your face. He carries his confidence like a well-brushed coat, which is to say, it is always ready to be put on in public. He asks us 3 questions because his profession has decided that 3 questions are the proper shape of female malaise. Anything that will not fold into that shape is invited to wait quietly in another room. When the maid sees him to the door, he tells her, without looking at her, to remind you about broth. This, too, is treatment. In London, remedies thrive where conversation fails. A woman may ask for lavender water without confessing what she wishes to cover. She may bring home a bottle labeled with a number and a name, and need never say aloud that it contains a sleep and forgetfulness measured in drops. The city approves of relief that does not introduce itself. At the apothecaries, the blue glass in the window makes a stained glass chapel of pain and its solutions. Mothers step in with babies who bawl, men with a tooth that has decided to be a devil, girls with a look that says a hand has leaned too much on them. The shop's bell, when it rings, says only, a person has entered who would like to go on. You do go on. The day organizes itself around manageable edges. The bottle's place in the drawer becomes a landmark, a compass that finds north even when the curtains are drawn. You learn the hours that can be crossed on foot and the hours that require a carriage. Morning begins to feel like a hill. You crest it with tea and arithmetic. Afternoon flattens if you set your pace. Toward dusk, the world makes its usual mischief. Shadows lengthen into insinuations. The wire behind the eyes hums at a pitch too high for polite company. You take a small insurance against the hour going sour and find that the edges of the room rejoin their frames. If anyone inquires, you use the language civilization gave women for this very purpose. I've had a touch of nerves, you say, as if your mind were a piano slightly out of tune. It steadies one. You add, and the other woman nods, relieved to hear there is something that will make her, too, more bearable to those who must bear her. You do not mention ingredients. You mention drops. You do not say opium. You say tincture. You do not confess need. You praise moderation. London respects a vice that keeps its appointments. The maid knows more than anyone, of course. She is at the hinge of every door and hears the small decisions that make a life. She brings the parcel up the back stairs, removes a thread from the label with the tenderness of a girl tidying a baby's cap, and sets the glass down so it does not look dramatic. When she finds the old bottle in the drawer, she moves it behind the handkerchiefs without comment, like a relic from a previous liturgy. Once, catching your glance fall toward the drawer, she returns with tea before you ring, so you need not be seen doing the sums. Small accidents occur. A color lingers and your hand shakes when you pour. The spoon, for a mortifying second, clinks against the cup with an insistence that sounds like confession. You laugh it off and make a line about the sugar tongs. The woman across from you obligingly joins you in forgiving the props. Later, you add 5 and the world remembers not to notice itself. The house has learned your cycles. The coal bucket is filled a half hour earlier on dim days. The rug by the window is turned so the light will not scold you. The maid sets lavender in the basin when your hands are unsteady because scent can occupy a mind without prying. Your husband, finding you in the better part of the afternoon, tells a story about a magistrate who mispronounced a Latin tag and turned a judgment into a joke. You laugh at the right time, and later he will recount to a colleague with innocent pride that marriage has softened you into a woman who laughs kindly. On a morning of callers, you notice how quickly the tincture becomes a colleague, quiet, competent, as invested in your social survival as you are, a measured spoon before the hat boxes arrive, another when the hour sticks and refuses to pass. And you can answer questions about the charity committee without wanting to climb out of your skin. Relief is not pleasure, it is purchase. You buy the day in parcels and keep the receipts in your pulse. You catch yourself thinking of the bottle as one thinks of the fire, a reliable domestic god, not to be worshipped publicly, but to be fed correctly, or it will sulk. There are warnings, if you choose to call them that. Your jaw aches in a way that is not entirely interested in teeth. Sleep sometimes pauses at the threshold and requests more courteous invitation than usual. Words, which used to arrive like regular post, now dodge about like boys in alleys. You fetch them, patient as always. When you lose a thread in conversation, you press 2 fingers to your temple and smile, gifting the room a picture of civilized frailty it knows how to admire. The failure passes for a style. The physician, meanwhile, becomes easier to please. He observes the steadiness of your pulse as if he had knit it himself. Do you sleep? He asks. Out of professional grammar? Nearly, you say. Nourishment. Some? Any thoughts? No. He writes neatly, improved. It is the most beautiful lie in London because it is not a lie at all. It is only a sentence whose truth has been arranged. Continue with the drops, he says, a benediction that ratifies a practice already installed in your bones. You thank him in the tone of a woman who has been granted a small indulgence, and he leaves believing he has been necessary. The city, too, cooperates. It offers 100 places a woman may find herself briefly alone on the landing between floors, by the spare room mantel with the cracked tile, behind a screen near the washstand, in the garden between the lilac and the wall, and each of those places can be used to make a minute better. You become a cartographer of such minutes. The map is in your body. The keys are in your hand. Evenings now conclude with the sort of peace that can be stacked like plates. You sit by the fire and remember to be warmed. Your husband reads aloud names of people you do not need to know, and you nod the number of times that signals attention without energy. The maid closes the shutters. Somewhere in the house, a mouse rehearses a small career and is forgiven. You rise, not too quickly, and find that the room does not tilt. You are, within the terms available, master of yourself. If conscience speaks, it does so in a dialect so mild you have to lean toward it to hear. It sounds like your mother when she asked whether you were quite comfortable and meant, "Is there anything you are not telling me?" You answer, as you always did, "Oh, I'm very well," and feel the sentence settle between your shoulder blades like a friendly hand. It isn't a lie, it is the kind of truth that keeps households from breaking. You undress with the dignity of someone who believes in tomorrow. You fold your gown. You place the bottle in the drawer, careful as a prayer. You blow out the candle and lie down in a darkness that does not frighten you. The city goes on breathing. So do you. There is a way to ask for more that does not confess to asking. You learn it the way girls learn stairs, carefully, and then without looking. In this house needs travel by back doors in modest handwriting. You fold a note for the apothecary on paper the size of a palm. You sign with your married initial a letter that both names and conceals you. And you do not involve your husband because involving him would require a conversation in which the air would harden and the words would have to stand up straight. The maid carries the slip down the service stairs and lays it beneath the bell by the tradesman's door, tucking the coin inside the fold with a technique that would keep a wound from reopening. You practice the etiquette of humility as though you had been born to it. You do not mention how quickly the last bottle lightened. You do not add urgent because urgency is for fires and missing children. You write 25 drops and as needed because that is the language the city speaks when it does not wish to be overheard. There is a half hour in such afternoons when you become a tuning fork for noises that are not quite sounds, the bell inside the apothecary shop door that will ring soon, the scratch of a pen listing your need in a ledger's small republic, the rattle of a drawer labeled with a Latin that performs science without being it, the quiet geometry of a boy's route through lanes the map does not trouble to print. You are not there for any of it, and yet, like all Londoners, you belong to the errands other people run on your behalf. You worry cleanly, discreetly, that the physician will scold, that he will read time off the bottle's neck and decide your hours have been too numerous. You practice the speech you will not give. Careful, doctor. Obedient, doctor. Only when the mornings made their little knives, then you remind yourself there is nothing to practice. He will not ask, He will arrive with his pen and his 3 questions and his mild authority. And if the bottle has multiplied, if one sits in the drawer and another in the cupboard, if one waits half full beside a book, he will not count them. Counting is for the poor and for women. Men in coats tabulate only what can be written in another man's hearing. The boy's knock has learned your backstep. 2 quick, 1 slow, as if politeness itself had been instructed. The maid takes the parcel the way she takes sacrament, with eyes lowered and hands steady. All paper unwraps cleanly. The glass blinks up at the light like a creature that intends to behave. The label bears the same hand, the same injunction. Even the wax smear on the cork looks like a repetition of itself. You feel a knot uncoiled, not joy, not even relief, exactly, but the pleasure of a problem that has decided to be ordinary again. You put the new bottle where bottles belong, near, but not careless, visible to you, invisible to anyone who might be tempted to tidy. The old one goes back into the drawer behind the neat platoon of handkerchiefs, retired without ceremony to the little cemetery of glass you have been quietly founding. You mean to rinse them, to return them as shops sometimes prefer. Some chemists will refill a customer's own bottle and commend thrift as if it were a virtue they had just invented, but you forget. The drawer becomes a shelf of molted skins. Each empty has its scuff, its thumb smudge, its memory of your name fading as if paper tired of saying it. You take the new bottle's measure by hand alone. It has the pleasant gravity of a promise that has not yet met its first obligation. You set it down and walk away to prove that you can. For a quarter hour, you write a note about a bonnet trimming with a fluency that suggests the world still includes such topics. You look out at Bedford Row, which is making its decent noises, cart, hoof, the small, officious clack of a gentleman's walking a stick correcting the pavement. You return, you count, you do it exactly. The spoon fills like a well-behaved minute. You do not drink from the lip. You will not be the sort of woman who learns the shortest path through her own relief. It works with the old tact. The wire quiets. The air puts down its weapons. The asternum ceases to argue. You register each in turn with the parish clerk's neatness, and then you grant them leave to go about their business without your supervision. You sit with your hands folded like a lady being painted as someone composure has chosen as its instrument. The maid, seeing the angle of your shoulders, sets the tea nearer as though she has been thanked. The economy of bottles invents itself around you. Girls at Sia's recognize the shape of your request without reading it. They lay out paper and a string and do not mention customers by name. A list is kept because lists make men feel that chaos has been beaten back by ink. Your initial, this time, the L looks a fraction sharper than last week's, takes its place among the household mysteries that live behind shop counters. The boy who runs the parcels is soot-streaked and solemn. He has learned that women asking for glass wish to be invisible and that invisibility merits an extra peppermint in the change when coinage allows. He will grow into a man who knows how to set things down without making a sound. Before the city decides to regulate anything, it congratulates itself on having customs. The custom now is that tinctures travel freely. wrapped small, uninspected, confessed only to the person they serve. In drawing rooms, men who have never been unwell in feminine ways hold forth on examinations and qualifications, on who may call himself apothecary and who must submit to a test with Latin scaffolding. They speak of order as if it were a man they could retain for a fee. Years from now, there will be acts that pin red words to bottles, that elevate skull and crossbones to a kind of official punctuation, that hire clerks to ensure the word poison is printed in letters that would make even a gentleman read twice. But for now, a woman's bottle has the rights of any decent citizen to travel, to be recognized at her door, to be welcomed without inquiry and thanked without witnesses. It is domestic work, this exchange, and you are good at domestic work. The maid writes the little notes. You keep the drawers front row tidy, the current bottle foremost, the retired elders hidden behind linen. You know the weight at which to send again, how it feels in the palm when a week remains, how it feels when only afternoons do. You learn not to wait for Sunday because Sundays are unpredictable. Bells, sermons, a husband with conclusions. Wednesday proves best. Wednesday is a day that minds its own affairs. Money becomes a derivative of glass. Two sovereign arrive on Thursdays with the respectability of rain in season. Folded in paper that pretends to be shy, you portion one for coal, one for the quiet shop that sends you asleep in a brown bottle. This is not extravagance. You economize elsewhere. The ribbon for your hat can last a little longer. The new trimming becomes a postponed joy rather than a canceled one. Even virtue submits to arithmetic. Occasionally, the doctor himself produces a bottle from his bag and lays it on the table as if it had been living there all along. It is the same glass, the same label, the same number as a password. He does this with the air of a man who is not merely treating a person, but maintaining an arrangement. Continue, he says, and because he has not said more or less, you are permitted to believe your body's definition will stand until a better one is published. There is a language within the house that grows around the glass. The maid asks whether you will have the tea first, and both of you understand the contour hidden inside the question. Your husband wonders whether the air is close today, and close becomes a permission in a sentence that looks like weather. You do not say, I require, because requiring has teeth. You say, I'll take a cup, and cups have saucers, and saucers keep one's hands out of trouble. At the back of the drawer, the little graveyard of bottles gathers its congregation. You mean each time to wash and return them, to allow the shop to grant them second lives, they rest instead, faintly perfumed sour, labels rubbed pale where your fingers have held them. Sometimes, when the house is too still, you open the drawer just enough to let the faint, medicinal ghost of them climb out. It is not a comfort, not exactly, but it is a smell that knows your name. Once, you try to live a week on the discipline of arithmetic alone. 25, morning only, then none, then 25 if company comes. You almost succeed. On the fourth day, the afternoon begins to tilt at the edges and the room insists on being narrower than architecture permits. You open the drawer, see the neat soldier add attention, and feel something like gratitude that does not embarrass you. You pour, you wait. The world sits correctly on its chair again. It is not triumph, it is maintenance. A house that is kept does not congratulate itself every time the ashes are carried out. You are, within the laws of your street and your century, behaving. No one has told you otherwise. The bottle sits where it ought. The notes go out with their proper modesty. The coins move along their appointed routes. The doctor smiles. The maid understands. Your husband enjoys a wife arranged into something legible. From the outside, the economy of your relief is indistinguishable from virtue. Inside, the arithmetic keeps changing its mind by half drops that no one but you can feel. You will call it prudence as long as the word agrees to mean what you need it to mean. For now, the label says only what it has always said, and you are a woman who knows how to read. You learn the hour your bones prefer to be convinced. 30 drops before the house fully wakes, measured with a seriousness that feels like prayer, though you would never call it that, and the day becomes negotiable, not cheerful, not even kind, but an employer you can work for without flinching. The wire slackens, the sternum loosens, and the thoughts that used to park themselves noisily against the skull now stroll in with their hats off. You begin to trust the exact way the warmth arrives, first at the wrists, then behind the mouth like a swallowed yes, then at the small hinge between shoulder blades where another life used to press. The relief is not happiness, it is the opportunity not to notice yourself. Breakfast is a ceremony you can perform again. Toast stands up straight on the plate. The egg remembers how to behave. You eat enough to prove you mean to stay at the table. The maid watches without staring, which is a skill and an inheritance both. She warms the pot, not because tea will cure a person, but because a person likes to be treated as if she could be cured by attention. You sip and think for several minutes together about nothing particular. The particular used to be all there was. Afterward, letters. You keep your sentences steady and short, like lengths of calico cut for practical dresses. Your sister writes of a piglet with a talent for escape. You reply with something about the neighbor's laurel hedges and what a mercy a hedge is, how it keeps a life from unraveling into the street. You enclose a pressed petal, not sentimental exactly, just proof that something kept its color for longer than it had to. You address an envelope for a woman you barely know and feel the old competence in the hand. There are pleasures to be had in acting like someone whose name reaches its destination. By late morning callers, you've learned that conversation requires a kind of shininess from the mind, and shininess is best polished with forethought. You take a small insurance just to be steady, which is a phrase you can speak aloud without being suspected by anyone who matters. The spoon obliges, the bottle acknowledges the task. When Mrs. P arrives to condemn the price of coal and the moral fiber of coal men, you are able to arrange your face into the courage of a sympathizer. When Miss H confides the shame of having thought herself in love with an unsuitable curate, only to discover that it was a headache, You admire the efficiency with which she has named a lesson. You pour, you nod, you correct a saucer's small error. The hour goes where hours go when somebody has taken responsibility for them. Your appetite returns, though not for food. You feel a precise hunger for the quiet that falls between tasks and the way a room behaves when a woman sits in it without needing to be rescued. You crave a day arranged into right angles, letters answered, a ribbon chosen, the parlor windows opened half a hand and then closed again, so you can congratulate yourself on the draft you did not catch. You find yourself walking to the escritoire and then back to the fire with nothing urgent in your hands because movement itself has become a way of remembering you are not pinned. You test the garden in a mood of generosity. The day is clear as a wall-swept flagstone. The hedges are trimmed into the sort of obedience that reassures merely by existing. The maid holds the back door as though timing were a substance she can pour. You step out, and the air meets you with clean fingers. Your heart stirs, meaning to be pleased, then decides the sky has brought the wrong blue. You sit on the bench near the lilac and occupy the position for which the bench was made. 12 minutes is as far as kindness goes. In the 13th minute, the light sharpens its elbows and the edges of the paving stones begin their slight, unnecessary insistence. You stand back careful and return to the house without failure and without triumph. There are people who want victories to be larger than the means of living allow. You have grown suspicious of those people. You do not feel worse. You do not feel much at all. Feeling less becomes its own easing, like loosening a garment and finding the body quieter under it than you expected. You permit the numbness because it is useful, a sensible petticoat, not an ornament, an understructure that keeps the outer dress from collapsing in public. Even the maid who has acquired a woman's intelligence without the years that are supposed to be required for it understands the value of useful numbness. When she finds you unusually still, she does not rush to fetch reviving spirits or a cousin. She straightens a pile of music that will not be played and returns a comb to its dish. She leaves you the dignity of being uninteresting. There are afternoons that stretch like damp laundry, and you handle them like laundry. Peg them to a line of small tasks and do not demand they be beautiful. You mend the hem of a house gown that no visitor will ever praise. You take out the box of old receipts and organize the ones that never asked to be organized. And when you find a bill for a coach ride to Hampstead in a year that was kinder, you put it back without letting the air get ideas. You try the harpsichord lid with a candidate thought of opening it. You do not. The restraint is not a tragedy. It is another kind of competence. You learn that the second spoon at 4 o'clock is an argument you can win without raising your voice. The edge that comes near dusk has a way of misplacing your name. You do not like to be misnamed. Better to measure and stir, better to lift a cup than to have the room reach for you and find you smaller than you were. You do not call it a ritual. Rituals invite witnesses. You call it tea and manage the day as if it were a room full of chairs that need to be placed precisely where people expect to find them. Your husband thrives in this version of house and wife. He speaks of a case that proved, through the cunning of clauses, to be about a fence rather than a field, and you admire the way he makes a moral out of measurement. He asks, in good faith, whether the air was close today, and you say it was changeable, and that the lilac has begun a little, despite the month. He touches your hand at dinner like a man who believes his gratitude can be conveyed through two fingers and intention. You cannot tell whether you feel nothing or whether feeling has learned to move underground. Either way, the table's candles stand up straight and do not spit. The gravy does not skin over. A marriage can be made out of such domestic mercies. At night, you recount proofs instead of hopes. The bottle stayed in his drawer until it was time for it. The spoon did not cast its small drama across the china. You did not need the third dose, not today. Your mind, which used to critique you without end, has begun to grade you on a curve suited to living. You take your place in bed without rehearsing how it is done. Sleep arrives like a public official with the right paper, stamped and sealed. You sign for it, and it belongs to you until morning. There are side effects if you insist on calling them by their impolite name. Conversation sometimes fogs at the edges, and you let it. A word slides out of reach, and you replace it with another that means enough. Your jaw remembers that it is a hinge and complains accordingly. Your eyes refuse a narrow print they would have devoured last year. You do not treat these as omens, you treat them as weather. A woman who does not insist on seeing in the dark will not knock her shins on as many tables. You adjust your path through rooms. You find that appetite for food remains coy, but appetite for order has returned as an honest desire. You clean a drawer with the concentration saints apply to prayer. You arrange the bottles in their neat line, current, nearly retired, without allowing yourself to notice the little cemetery your drawer has become. The labels fade the way names fade on headstones, not suddenly, thoroughly. You tell yourself that washing and returning them is a task for a day with a stronger light. Today's light belongs to smaller victories. The way the rug remembers to lie flat. The way the bell at the back door rings without rudeness. On a day that begins in lowercase, you consider going out the front door as a person who might be seen. You stand in the hall long enough to meet the draft that always lives there, the ancestral breeze that has found its way under this threshold since the century turned. You set your hand on the knob, you do not turn it, you go back to the parlor and choose a piece of music you will not play and lay it on the stand as a promise you trust to keep itself later. It is not cowardice. It is expense management. You are conserving coin against a week that has learned to spend you. Toward evening, when the fire softens its advice and the room practices forgetting, you feel the old ache testing your borders. It does not announce itself with trumpets. It presses a polite note into your hand and waits for you to read. You read it and respond, 30 at first waking, a small kindness at 4, perhaps a modest addition if company threatens, or if the hour arranges itself into too many corners. You observe your own restraint and allow yourself the unremarked satisfaction of a woman who has discovered that mastery can be quiet. You do not write to anyone about this. There is no vocabulary for useful numbness in letters meant to be read at breakfast. You do not confess it in a prayer. God already knows, and anyway, He has always favored people who can sleep. You close the drawer on the bottle gently, as if not to wake whatever sleeps inside it when you're not looking. The house breathes. Your husband turns a page. The mouse completes a day's work without a scandal. You go on, which is a verb large enough to count as hope. You begin to suspect that prudence has a sliding scale the way shades have a strings. Pull, and what passed for daylight becomes something else. 40 drops are not a scandal if they are poured with a steady hand. 50 on a day that asks more of your spine than you'd budgeted. Sound like a policy adjustment. 60 arrives as a rumor you do not repeat aloud. The arithmetic changes in increments so modest you could fit them between two stitches. Even the spoon seems to approve, catching the liquid like a confidant who will never write a letter about you. What you call steadying becomes a craft. You do not take more to be altered. You take enough to be ordinary. You do not want to be interesting. Interesting people have to be managed. You want to be the woman whose presence does not force the room to make new plans. When you feel the hour growing too acerated, you file it. When the air sharpens its little knives, you pad them. You discover that the body's threshold moves the way a chair moves on a rug. An inch, a sigh, a little noise that says nothing has happened. Your hands begin to tremble, not like bells, more like leaves that wish to be still but remember wind. Gloves solve it elegantly. Indoors, they pass as fashion, out of doors as modesty. You own 3 pairs and discover that a woman can think better when she does not have to watch herself shake. At the escritoire, your hand hesitates for a breath between words, then continues. In conversation, the teacup settles without its old, embarrassing click against the saucer. At dinner, the knife finds the meat without scolding your wrist. You become an expert in the art of small concealments that are not lies because no one asked. Light misbehaves at the edges sometimes. It shivers as if the room had a fever you do not share. Not darkness, nothing dramatic, just that wavering that happens above a road in heat. A minuscule repositioning of the visible. You sit, you let it pass, you learn to wait out your own atmosphere. On such days, you pour carefully and speak carefully and refuse stares that flatter themselves. Your mouth, when it loosens too much, makes a rounder word of an S than you intended. You learn to keep sentences short and vowels tidy. You let other people talk. It is good for them. The physician returns to conduct his liturgy. His pen performs its small procession across the page. Sleep nearly, nourishment some, thoughts no. He hums a fragment of something that could be a hymn or a habit. He lifts your wrist as if confirming that you still have one, and frowns with concentration at the exact speed of your life. When you hand him the bottle, not confessing, merely allowing him to inspect, the label shows its travel wear, edges lifted, ink gently paled where your thumb has lived. The number 25 softened by handling into something like a prayer bead. His eyebrow tilts. a clinical secular blessing. He does not ask the arithmetic. He knows sums arrive at their totals with or without witnesses. From the bag comes another bottle, as neatly produced as a coin pulled from behind a child's ear by a patient uncle. It is identical to yours in the way twins are meant to be, new, which is to say, unsurprised by what it will be asked to do. He places it on the table and says, what all careful men say when they have decided to be kind without altering the world. Continue. The word does not have a quantity in it, it is a policy, not a number. In his profession, there are not so many tools you can blame him for preferring the one that answers. He has calomel and castor oil and poultices that smell like their own funeral. He has lavender water for delicate dinners and hartshorn for the faint. He has advice that resembles furniture. Rest, keep to the chair. Don't read things that wake your blood. And he has this, a brown vial that makes the nervous system a manageable tenant. He prescribes what produces quiet. Quiet is what households will pay for. Quiet can be recorded in a ledger, as if it were a cure. You oblige the expectation and go on. 40 becomes the amount you need when you are expected to be bright at noon. 50 belongs to days when the house invites witnesses. 60 is for the weather that lingers in your bones uninvited. You schedule your steadiness the way men schedule meetings. Afternoons that look argumentative receive a little extra. A dinner with praise and pudding, presented as proof of a husband's virtue, calls for forethought. The hour before dusk, that thin-voiced petitioner is budgeted for. You are thrifty with your will and lavish with your discretion. The bottle obeys. Your jaw aches sometimes, deep in the tooth's secret chamber, and you learn to cut bread thinner, to laugh with your lips less open. Bowel and asleep transact their old quarrel with new rudeness. You make tonics and compromise. Sweat returns at odd hours like an unwelcome aunt who assists her visits or for your sake. You strip the bed yourself at midnight because you would rather move quietly than be witnessed. You're competent at the business of an unglamorous body. There are days when memory loses its thread for a moment. Not disasters, just a misplaced hour. A dog-eared page you don't recall earning. A task begun in one room and abandoned cheerfully in another, as if the house had asked you to change course. Your notebook acquires a column for small intentions. Answer cousin, starch cuffs. Remember the maid's half day. You write them in a hand that intends to be legible to the woman you will be this afternoon. Sometimes she reads them. Sometimes she finds the list and forgives you for not being her yet. You begin arranging your day so the first dose meets you before the household can. The way a hostess steps into the parlor first and invites the furniture to behave. Later, when the hour proves long, you let a second spoon accompany letters that require tenderness. A third is rare and reserved for evenings that threaten to collapse under company. You discover that the difference between vice and regimen is a sentence said in the correct tone. You practice it until even your heartbeat seems to agree. This is how we manage. You rotate apothecaries with the instinct of a woman who understands that people who count will tell you what they have counted. See Wes near the square, where the master's wife holds her ledgers like sacrament. So ours by Lincoln's Inn, whose boy runs without looking, the small shop in the next street that knows your initial without pronouncing it. Not because you fear scandal, your life is too quiet to be interesting, but because routes should be varied so as not to wear ruts the city can read. Your husband notices that you are, on the whole, tolerably yourself. He appreciates the engineering. He does not call it that, but he lives easier because of it. He tells a colleague that his wife has rallied wonderfully and credits the physician for good management and the season for remembering decency. At dinner, he touches your hand in gratitude for providing the evening its proper outline. You consider telling him that outlines are not things that arrive, they are things that are drawn. You consider it and then give him the mercy of a quiet night instead. If conscience visits, it now speaks a very municipal language. It asks only whether you have managed the hours with thrift. It wonders, in passing, whether 60 is a number a woman should be familiar with. You reply that numbers count what exists. They do not create it. You have learned to keep a face in the house that matches the number of spoons. If you have poured more today, you say less. If you have poured less, you have enough to say exactly what the moment asks. The world accommodates this version of you. Shops are brighter without a scolding. The parlor looks like a room instead of a diagram. St. Andrew's bell sounds like a promise rather than an invoice. You stand at the window and think of nothing and are not punished for it. When pain visits, you treat it as a relative who requires tea, not drama. You have made an economy of yourself, incoming, outgoing, reserves, a quiet surplus of sanity managed with the help of glass and discipline. Still, the body keeps its accounts. At 2 in the morning, you sometimes wake with the heart's little hooves running. You sit up and remind it of the path back to the stable. Water helps, and the short prayer you learned as a child, when children were taught that God admired brevity. If the hooves will not be soothed, you uncork and take the smallest a citizen's portion, enough to teach your ribs the lesson they forgot. The room steadies. You lie down. Your bones accept the bed the way a ship accepts its tether. The doctor's visits grow shorter. He has other women to restore to household tolerability. London manufactures them at all hours. He appreciates your cooperativeness, your neat answers, your unproblematic pulse. He thinks, if he thinks of you when he is not paid to, that you are a credit to your sex and to his prescriptions. He closes his notebook with satisfaction, the way a clerk closes a file. He does not ask for the empty bottles, and you do not offer them. Each of you understands the decency of allowing objects to remain what they have been. On your better days, a question floats over the furniture and refuses to alight. Would you recognize yourself without the gloss? The question is not hostile. It is a traveler looking for an inn. You do not answer because answers are expensive and tomorrow may require change. You content yourself with the knowledge that today was arranged competently. No scene, no collapse, no unnecessary tears, no trembling when the tea was poured, no word left jagged where a smooth one would do. A life can be made out of such outcomes. Many are. In the evening, you fold your gloves and lay them to sleep like domesticated animals. You put the bottle away, not hiding it, only returning it to its office. You stand at the window long enough to know the street has remembered how to be dark. The house settles, the clock performs its credentialing of minutes. Your husband turns the lamp down with the self approval of a man who has done right by a flame. You lie down and tell your body what it already knows. We will be decent again tomorrow with help. The promise is modest, and for now, it is enough. Night learns you again, not the restful kind that lies down beside the body like a kindly animal, but the sort that watches from the corner and waits until your breath forgets itself. You wake with your chemise damp along the spine, a slick thread of a sweat finding its way to the small of the back and then cooling there like reproach. The pillow, angelic at first touch, turns to a wet stone. You turn it as if another side of cotton might have different principles. By morning, the sheet smells faintly of iron and vinegar, the way hard-working laundry does when it has been asked to do more than its share. Between 2 and 4, the heart practices urgency without cause. It is not the gallop of terror, nothing so dramatic, just a stiff, insistent trot. The sound a pony makes when a child who thinks himself brave kicks its sides. You sit up and wrap your arms around your ribs as if you were bandaging a barrel, and you tell the heart, in the schoolmistress voice you learned somewhere, that it will do as it's told. Sometimes it listens, sometimes you reach for the drawer, not because you intend to pour, but because the bottle's nearness lowers the noise in the room by half. Your mouth has taken on new habits of protest. The back teeth ache when you bite bread. You cut the slice thinner and pretend that was the plan. A cold draft from the stairs can turn your molars into tuning forks, and you close your lips around syllables to keep them from sounding. You soak a cloth in warm water and hold it to your jaw in the dark, like a woman rehearsing a portrait of domestic sorrow. You contemplate the dentist and decide that the explanation his chair would require is more painful than the ache. You rinse with salt and say you prefer soft things. It is a season for soft things. Your eyes would used to be clever at the work of small print and quick judgment have become particular. The world blurs at the edges as if your vision has taken up the city's habit of fog. You rub your spectacles, discover they were clean, and put them back on anyway because the gesture comforts the part of you that believes all problems are smudges. On certain afternoons, the light wavers by a fraction, a shimmer impossible to point to without sounding fanciful. You sit and allow the room to steady around you like a carriage whose wheels have caught a rut and ease themselves out again. The bowels, faithful old servants you never noticed, are now moody and require negotiations more delicate than courtship. You brew bitter draughts with a gravity that would impress a bishop. Prunes are soaked, pears stewed into surrender, a decoction of senna taken with the solemn air of someone signing a confession. Some days the body will not be lectured. It sulks, it refuses, it turns all your sensible advice into ballast and leaves you in the privacy of your chair to reconsider your authority. Other days, the remedy proves too persuasive, and you find yourself apologizing to the chamber pot. You learn that life is lived between two impolite extremes and that dignity is only a posture one assumes while no one is knocking at the door. Sleep, when it comes, brings you back to the same room every night, a narrow place at the hour the sun admits defeat. The door is always closed, the air smells of wax and wool. The floorboards have decided to breathe. Someone stands just beyond the keyhole. You cannot hear speech, only a patient, measured exhale, as if a person you once loved has learned to be the weather. You wake with your fist against your mouth, not from screaming, you're too well schooled for that, but because the body prefers to be the hand that covers it. There is a crawling beneath the skin now and then, not constant, not dramatic, a tiny parliament of nerve endings that has learned how to whisper together. You do not scratch. You refuse to be a woman who scratches. You place your palms flat on your thighs until the feeling passes or pretends to. On those mornings, the spoon appears earlier, like a footman anticipating your arrival. You count with exaggerated neatness, as if numbers themselves could be persuaded to behave by watching your discipline. The relief is punctual, but the appointment grows shorter, as if the thing that calms you has been given other errands. You are careful not to change names for what you feel. You do not say craving because craving is a word men use when they wish to make women ridiculous. You do not say pain because pain in your circle has been flagged for injuries you can point to with a clean finger. You say agitations, which sounds like a flock that can be shooed. You say the blood is up, which gives the fault to red fluid and not to the person who wears it. When the wire behind your eyes tightens, you say the air is close. When your stomach climbs toward your throat with its own opinions, you say you are out of sorts and sip something bitter that has been promised to correct a lady's humors since God made leaves. The maid understands without graduating into speech. She sets fresh linen on the bed an hour earlier. She leaves a basin by the hearth on nights when the sweat returns. She cools the warming brick longer than necessary, so that when you take it to bed, it feels like the middle of a story rather than its end. When she laces your stays, she pauses if your breath miscounts, and the touch of her knuckles against your spine feels like a human being reminding you that you are a human being too. Once, catching the flash of pain that passes quickly over your face when a tooth protests, she says, I'll stew the pear a little more. And you love her for inventing a reason that accuses no one. The physician hears nearly some no and writes improved as though the word were a road he could lay with a pen. He adds occasionally, avoid a strong reading, and you nod at the nonsense of being told not to excite a soul that will not rise even for trumpets. He is not malicious, he is occupied, he gives you what his bag can carry, and his bag is built for quiet. What keeps a household from scandal is mistaken for cure, partly because it is such an excellent imitation in public. If he suspects what the numbers have become when you speak them into your spoon, he chooses the string that holds the whole parcel together. Continue. It has saved more marriages than virtue. There are mornings when you consider the algebra of a stopping. You draw it out in the mind the way a seamstress turns cloth in her hands to see what it will agree to become. A day without the first 30, you imagine it. You imagine yourself behaving, keeping chairs to their duties, breathing like a person who was coached from birth. You imagine noon without the second spoon and the 4 o'clock without its insurance. You imagine the dusk door, the breath beyond it, the way a room tightens its corners like a belt. You imagine the heart reseating itself after its run. You imagine waking with your chemise dry. To stop has a clean moral brightness, like a white apron on Monday. The body, practical as any housemaid, wishes to know who will do the work the drops have been doing while you entertain virtue. The truths you do not write in any letter assemble themselves anyway and sit, well behaved, on the edge of your bed. When you delay the morning dose, your hands acquire their old clumsy eloquence, knocking a comb, misjudging a buttonhole, asking you to forgive them. Your jaw talks without opening its mouth. Your sternum offers that little prayer it has learned to offer. Please. Your eyes water at the wrong remarks, a kettle's first sound, a door that was not closed hard enough, and then are dry when your husband says something that would have been moving last year. Your skin grows particular about seams and stitches. A loose hair on your neck is a trespasser rather than an accident. You rearrange the collar, and the collar holds a grudge. You remind yourself that sensation is not doom. The body, impeded by schooling, takes time to learn the difference. On a certain damp night, the wind plays the ivy like an instrument. The leaves scrape the glass with a determination that sounds like purpose. You wake to the sound, convinced someone is writing on the window in a hand you ought to recognize. You sit up and realize it is the ordinary complaint of plants in weather. You laugh once a small, cracked sound the room declines to echo. You open the drawer, not yet for the bottle, only to see whether the bottle exists. It does. The sight of it lowers the air's shoulders. You shut the drawer and try, seriously, to sleep without putting your mouth to the spoon. The attempt survives until the clock scolds 3, and then you comply with the world as you have made it. The relief comes with its old decent manners. It stays the length of a good apology. Someone in you begins to take notes in a clerk's hand. She records, without sentiment, that the intervals between e's have shortened, not wickedly, just enough to require a scheduling. She observes that the jaw draws letters in pain no one else can read. She notes the nights that return you to the room with the closed door and the breathing on the other side. She is thorough and unafraid of conclusions, and she would like you to go a day without the morning 30, just to see what arithmetic remains possible when the number is removed. You bargain. Tomorrow, you say to her, when the weather is better behaved and the husband's docket lighter, and the maid less pale, and the lilac less theatrical, and the bells not so certain of themselves, tomorrow, when you have had the good sense to wake early and place virtue between your ribs before anything else can settle there, tomorrow, when you are the woman who would be very easy to admire if admiration had any value. She closes her ledger without comment and will open it again in the morning to see whether you have kept the appointment you made with your better self. In the meantime, you draw the curtain and let night practice its old trade at the window. You smooth the sheet and put the bottle back into its snug republic of handkerchiefs. You fold your hands over your sternum and feel the heartbeat decide to behave for the next 5 minutes. You consider the closed door in the dream and the breath beyond it and decide, in a privacy that is near to bravery, to put your hand to the latch in the morning and not turn it straight away. Just a beat, just to learn the sound your own name makes in the quiet before relief. You make the attempt on a day that arrives without ceremony, a lowercase morning that has nothing to recommend it but being unremarkable. It seems wise to keep courage a small. You drink water, you straighten the cushion in the chair by the window as if geometry could be an ally. You fold your hands and explain to yourself, in a tone borrowed from governesses and weather reports, that you will see how the hours behave without assistance, not forever, not even for long, just a day, just to learn the room's true shape. At first, the body cooperates the way a practiced liar does. Admirably, you wash, you dress, more slowly, each button a minor audition your fingers pass with an effort they conceal. You even take toast, chipped into obedient triangles. The maid watches your face as if it were a barometer mounted just below the ceiling and retreats with the tray before you have to manufacture a smile. The air has a clean taste for an hour. You think, perhaps, you have misremembered the severity of things, then the wire tightens. It does not announce itself. It appears. The little nerve behind the eyes pulls itself like a violin string, 2 notes past what music can bear. Your skin grows particular. The seam at your collar is an insult. A hair, how dare it, touches the back of your neck without asking permission. You remove the hairpin with a courtesy that would flatter a duchess and set it down with a trembling you pretend is thoroughness. Your jaw begins its quiet tribunal. You practice unclenching and discover you have forgotten the trick. By mid-morning, the house is giving you back your breath in 3-penny bits. You sip at it. You place your palms on your knees and count to 30 as if counting were a ramp the heart could be coaxed down. It declines. The heart prefers a stiff, pointless trot, like a pony urged on by an enthusiastic child who cannot be persuaded of distances. Your hands, faithful girls till now, begin to shimmer. Not bells, not flags, just a leafing in a draft you cannot locate. You put on gloves because gloves make decorum out of what would otherwise be commotion. The gloves do nothing to quiet your bones. You decide to walk only to the far window and back, because sitting implies surrender. The carpet tips 1 degree toward the door, then rights itself with a primness you might once have admired. The window's light carries the taste of tin. You try to read. The letters have put their arms around each other and will not be arranged by you. You get as far as the second line before the page turns itself into a white field, where a sparrow's feet left nothing. You close the book politely. The stomach begins its committee work next, making points in favor of evacuation with persuasive waves. You sip water, You do not sip tea because tea would implicate the drawer, and you have decided to live as if the drawer did not exist. This moral posture lasts through 11. At 11:20, you are on the floor with your cheek against the rug, breathing like a person at a door she has been told not to open. There is a basin near enough to make a promise. You arrange yourself beside it with the dignity of a woman who will later deny geography existed. When the retching comes, the body brings up bile and a taste like pennies, a metallic memoir of things you do not remember swallowing. Your eyes water. You rinse your mouth and experience a contempt for water that feels like blasphemy. The maid knocks, once lightly, her sign for "Are you quite alone?" and you make a noise that is not language and not consent. She leaves a tray outside your door the way clergy leave bread and do not insist it is a miracle. You are grateful to be spared generosity. The crawling comes later, a polite uprising of small nerves in Parliament beneath the skin. You do not scratch. You will not be that woman, the kind whose forearms tell the truth guests are not supposed to see. You place your open hands on the floorboards beside your knees and press until the ache in the heels of your hands is larger than the itch. You consider prayer and send up something so minimal it barely qualifies help without decoration. In this precise climate, an ordinary sound becomes grotesque. A comb falls from the dressing table, and the crack of it on wood is a door slamming at the end of a long corridor in a house where you're not welcome. You cover your ears with the mechanics of a child and learn that the noise lives behind the ears and does not require air. The room narrows. The edges of things put down their claws and wait. At noon, a sensible woman would call for the physician, or the maid, or the husband. You are not sensible. You are proud. You tell yourself nobility is cheaper than confession. You move. How? You will not remember later to the escritoire and sit because sitting is the only thing a person can do that is not falling. When a sigh like a small animal escaping opens in your throat, you mistake it for a symptom you can master and not a signal you cannot. You hold very still until your shoulders begin a private trembling. An old, uncharitable acquaintance returned without invitation. The drawer is not far. It is only the length of your arm and the courage you own. You open it not because defeat has arrived, but because you will not be stupid. The bottle is there beside the linen, the glass cold against your palm in a way that feels like being named. You weigh it, and the difference between yesterday and today announces itself in the wrist. This could be a victory or a funeral. It is a fact. You do not measure. The spoon, put aside with such bravado at breakfast, has contrived to be too far to fetch. You lift the bottle and bring it to your lips as if you have always been this sort of woman, as if the etiquette for such an act were printed on the back of birth certificates. The taste is wrong in a way that is exactly right. Bitter, then sweet where sweetness should not be. Iron in the afterthought. It scorches, then unknots. It is indecently efficient. Relief comes like a carriage that will not stop, slowing long enough to let you cling to a strap and scuff your shoes. The humming hushes. The heart remembers how to be the servant of the ribs. The sternum loosens the smallest fraction and permits a breath that reaches the floor. You lie on your side beside the bed and allow the gratitude to be ordinary. You close your eyes and sleep the way people do on ships, mid-journey, without plans. When you wake, the light has moved, indifferent, to another part of the wall. Your mouth tastes medicinal and indefensible. Your hands, those bookish creatures, have forgotten their earlier dramatic opinions. You sit up slowly and discover the basin has remained where you left it, as if modesty itself had refused to look. The bottle is still in your hand. You return it to the drawer with a care that would flatter what it is not. You promise yourself, you really do, that the spoon will resume office in the afternoon. You insist on this with the ferocity of a person who has just finished breaking a rule and found that the world did not fall on her head. Afternoon arrives and behaves badly. The room narrows again. You count out 25 with a scrupulous delay, a penitent taking communion by the book. It works more slowly than you would like. Its manners have improved at the cost of speed. You wonder whether the first swallow took something from the second that cannot be returned. You do not let the thought finish itself. By the time your husband returns, your face remembers what it does in company. He asks if you have had callers and you say no, and he looks relieved in the way men look when the world they love has not demanded performance from them. He talks about a case with trees and boundaries. You pour the tea. Your hands do not shake. He believes this to be virtue. You are content for him to keep this benevolent mistake. When he kisses your hand, your skin reports the existence of lips without editorializing. You go to bed early because sleep is cheaper than conversation. The sheets are clean and cold in the way of good hotels in your imagination. For a few minutes, you are nobody's problem. Then the door from the dream returns, narrow, dusk beyond, the breath at the keyhole that belongs to no one you could accuse. You open your eyes to defeat it and discover the room has put on the same twilight as the dream. You reach for the drawer, not as a sin, simply as an amendment to a plan that forgot human beings do not triumph at night. There is a decision to be made. You make the other one, you put the bottle back, you count a spoon, you drink like a lawful person. It helps. Not enough, but enough for you to choose tomorrow over failure. You promise yourself, again, ridiculously, sincerely, that you will attempt a whole morning soon when weather and God and the price of coal align, when you are more you and less the draft that moves through you. Tomorrow is a place you can live for 5 minutes at a time. Then the body takes the work back and you sleep. In the morning, there will be no band music, no banner, only the maid's foot on the stair, the teapot's small throat clearing, the clock arranging seconds into sentences. Perhaps the attempt will be made again. Perhaps it will be postponed with the dignity of important business rescheduled. You are still here. The house is still here. The bottle sleeps in its drawer like an obedient animal. You have learned something, though you will not write it down, that need can be measured in minutes, and that mercy, when it is poured, can be exact and still feel like a theft. You close your eyes. You say your smallest prayer. The heart agrees to be quiet long enough to count to 30. Money, which once moved through the house like weather, arriving, circulating, being remarked upon with the same benign irritation as rain, begins to declare itself. On Thursdays, the two sovereigns come in their quiet envelope, folded into shyness and left in the drawer with your under things as if modesty could improve arithmetic. Your husband places it there as he always has, polite to the point of anonymity. He assumes it reaches you because coins are like letters. Once posted, they belong to a system and to faith. At first, you keep the old proportions, one coin for coal and candles and the business of not living in the dark, one coin for small decencies, ribbon, starch, lavender water that forgives a room for being a room. But the bottle has entered the ledger as a household expense of its own, not scandalous, simply regular. And regularity is the most expensive habit in London. Wednesday, which used to be a day without opinions, becomes the day you send a discreet note down the back stairs. Thursday becomes the day you resolve to make the next bottle last an honorable span. By Tuesday, you are negotiating with yourself like a city alderman who cannot admit the bridge was dearer than the plans predicted. You do not ask your husband for more. He would give it, and that is the problem. Giving breeds questions in men who think in ledgers, and questions breed counting, and counting would translate a private treaty into public arithmetic. Better to economize elsewhere. A hat can wear its old trimming one more season and call it classic. A dress can be turned and turned again, pass for restraint. You do not walk out to shops that require a face. You send a maid to shops that require only a hand. Some weeks are simply longer than their calendars. The boy's knock becomes more frequent, and you begin to rotate apothecaries not out of shame, but out of craft. See, s- s- by Lincoln's Inn, the steeper little place near the square where the mistress looks away on purpose. Coins acquire trajectories you can feel in your wrist, from drawer to fold of paper to a counter, where Latin lives on labels to the lad's palm to your stare. You grow fond of the boy's invented politeness and of the peppermint he sometimes slips in with the change, the city's faintest benediction. You never eat it. When arithmetic fails, you turn to objects because objects have always been a woman's second currency. The brooch your mother gave you, not the one with meaning, its sister, its cousin, you wrap it in tissue and place it on a counter on Theobald's Road, where lard and iron filings perfume the air, and where a clerk, equal parts boredom and kindness, assesses sorrow at a fixed percentage. He names a number that can be translated into two bottles and a length of time during which you will not collapse in the market and be misread as an accident. You accept the number because your need does not argue. It signs, next time it is a pair of scissors, the good ones with the little silver bird whose beak used to snip threads and now pecks at your palm as if asking to remain. You apologize by polishing it with your handkerchief before you let it go. The man behind the counter does not look up when you say sentiment, because sentiment is not a unit of trade. You leave with the same neat parcel, the same identical label waiting under a string. The city has a system for everything, even the erosion of women. The doctor, When he calls, notices nothing or notices and prefers language to truth. Both are forms of treatment. He asks the three questions. He writes improved. He suggests a turnabout the garden when the weather remembers how to behave. You hold the new bottle he produces from his bag with the composure of a woman receiving a sermon printed on glass. You thank him. He is relieved to have been thanked. The ledger in his head balances. Nothing tips. The maid begins to hover at the exact distance compassion can be practiced without assuming rights. She's quicker with the tea when your hands announce their opinions. She gathers the empties from the drawer and moves them behind the handkerchiefs without comment, as if putting a veil on the past. On wash day, she lingers at the linen press, perhaps counting the handkerchiefs that hide the bottles, perhaps counting how many of you are left. Once, she glances at your nightstand with a care that is a kind of love. You set your jaw in a way that asks her not to be brave on your behalf. She obeys. She is young and already fluent in obedience that saves lives. You attempt secrecy inside secrecy by rearranging your caches. One bottle in the drawer, one in the cupboard behind the barley water, one in the false piece of the bookcase, behind sermons that were victorious last century and cannot be made to rally now. You rotate them so the wear evens out, which is a sentence that should be funny and is not. You tell yourself it is prudent to have an extra against Sundays and sudden weather. Prudence applauds and asks for receipts. The bottle empties faster. You suspect theft, then treachery of glass, then the boy, then the maid, because accusation is easier when it arranges the room instead of the self. You measure carefully, and the result is the same. You add 5 and subtract 10, and still the level falls as if it were water finding its way to gravity. The tea tastes thinner. The relief that used to enter the room through a door now comes in through a window left unlatched. You keep the window clean. And then, while searching the drawer for a reason, you find a small ledger you did not intend to keep. Your own handwriting, the stiff, accusing hand you use when you wish to appear more virtuous than you feel. Dates without months, marks that mean morning, marks that mean dusk, the neat, lying arithmetic of a 25 written on days you remember the spoon running long. You read your own honesty and understand that the thief is literate and sleeps in your bed. Shame arrives, tidy and quiet, not the operatic kind that breaks plates and relatives, but the domestic kind that makes dust move in a sunbeam as if to say, here are your minutes. You do not cry. Crying would announce itself and require management. You make tea and fail to drink it because tea is a solvent and you're trying to stay whole. You sit outrageously still until the stillness turns subversive. You plan a stricter economy and then break it before the ink is dry. As needed has widened like a street the city forgot to regulate. You hate the phrase, you love it, you cling to it like a citizen to a law benevolent enough to be vague. Your husband leaves the Thursday envelope on the table rather than in the drawer. An accident, perhaps. You pretend not to notice. You take it to the drawer ceremonially, as if returning it to its shrine might persuade the coins to multiply. That evening he asks, with genuine concern and a clerk's phrasing. Whether you want for anything, you say no because the only true answer is not a sentence. Marriage knows how to absorb. He speaks of a case settled in your favor by a judge who prefers tidy households. He does not say whose favor he means. You become careful with doors. You stop going out alone because the streets are complicated and gravity has grown capricious. You send more notes. The shopkeepers recognize the fold of paper the maid brings. The boy knows the weight he will carry by the way your initial looks that week, whether the L is prudish or a little desperate. You take to paying with smaller coins to make the arithmetic feel less dramatic. It is not less dramatic. You begin to dream of an unremarkable future in which the bottle is simply another object in the house that has to be replaced regularly, like soap. The fantasy holds for a week, perhaps two. Then a longer week occurs, the sovereigns tatter out before their time, and there's nothing at the back of the drawer but clean linen and two old labels you kept by accident and now cannot throw away because the paper knows your name and that has begun to feel like kinship. You try to stretch the last of it. You pour carefully, which is to say, you perform carefulness. You count aloud, and numbers, which used to be good citizens, turn into children who ignore their mothers in shops. 25 becomes an idea rather than a quantity. You top off a dose that looks small, and the top off becomes a policy. You make a show of stopping halfway and praise yourself for virtue while your hand completes the gesture. When the glass is nearly empty, you tap the shoulder and coax a last by insisting it clings to the inside of the bottle with a loyalty you envy. The day comes when you tilt and nothing comes out. You shake once, the way a person does before remembering she is not the kind of person who shakes bottles. A smear of amber holds to the gloss like a small, hard forgiveness. You think, for a breath, of placing your tongue to the rim. The thought appalls and comforts you. You do not do it. You sit as if someone might be watching you learn about yourself. No one is. You write the note for the apothecary in your clearest hand, as though calligraphy could make a case. The maid carries it down the servant's stair with the unconcern of an angel. You intend to involve your husband. Truly, you do. But the hour has already begun to tip, and you know what is waiting on the far side if you dally. By evening, the parcel comes, and the knot between your shoulder blades loosens a degree. You tell yourself this week will be different. It will be an exercise in thrift, a return to the spoon, a schedule written on the good paper. The week is not different. It is the same a week, slightly hungrier. The second bottle goes quicker than decency would like. And seeing this, you turn on yourself as if you were a housemaid caught burning good coal on a mild afternoon. The reprimand lasts a day and then becomes an apology. And the apology becomes an oath you do not keep. And the oath becomes a story you tell yourself in a voice borrowed from God and mothers. One night you wake because the bed has become a lake. Sweat slicks a spine to sheet. The pillow is a sponge. The blanket is a damp animal that has decided you are its business. You change the linen by lamplight and do not ring the bell because mercy with witnesses hardens into something else. In the morning, you will say the weather was at fault, and the maid will agree, because weather is the only tyrant a house can safely name. If you listen carefully, the city has started to speak more sharply about women like you, though not to your face. Poison acts are being spoken into existence in rooms you do not enter, new labels, new skulls and bones on glass, a future in which, as needed, will be replaced by Latin and law. It is not for you. It is for the men who wish to tidy their counters with rouge warnings and sleep. In this interval, before the warning is printed, you remain the law in your house. You decide how much, you decide when, you decide what to sell when the deciding becomes visible in the mirror. One afternoon, a thin line opens along your cheekbone without cause, bruise born in sleep, proof that the body keeps score even when you refuse to. You stare at it in the glass until it stops resembling anything but a fact. You do not cry. You smooth your hair. You choose the darker ribbon. You count the drops exactly because exactness is how people forgive themselves for living. You think of your mother for a long time that evening without thinking of anything she said. You think of the way her hands tied parcels so that a string made a small, perfect cross. You wonder what she would call prudence in a house where bottles have become nouns that govern verbs. You wonder whether you have already become a story other women will tell to make their own arithmetic look virtuous. When the maid knocks, you say, "Come in and mean it." She does not look at the drawer. She asks if you will take tea. You say yes, because yes is a coin that still spends truthfully among women. She pours, and the sound is holy. You add the 25 you promised yourself, then 5, then you stop, because a stopping is a muscle that has not entirely atrophied. You wait, the air lowers its shoulders, the room, moved by your moderation, agrees to be a room again. For an hour, you have a life you can live. For an hour, that is everything. A few days pass in the way fog passes, present unmemorable, dampening edges into an arrangement the mind can stand. Then the bottle goes missing, and, by a terrible symmetry, so do you. It begins as virtue. You will go out, not far, just to the square where the costers cry apples by the half peck, and a woman in a shawl sells sprats that glitter like blunt silver. You leave a note for the maid in a handwriting that wishes to be trustworthy, gone out for air. You do not write alone. The word would make the door heavier. The hall drafts, as it always does, reminding every person who has ever used this threshold that houses breathe. You fasten your cloak and feel the laces resent your ribs. The day is clear enough to tempt a conscience. You step out, and London, which is a professional at going on, does so. At first, the city behaves. Stones consent to bear you. Your shoes, which have learned your weight's hesitations, attempt dignity. The sun minds itself, white, polite, without zeal. You walk the shaded side because brightness has become an argument. Windows throw back little knives. You put your head down and pretend not to be a person the knives might choose. A dog announces his existence from an upper window, and your spine misreads it as an instruction. You go on anyway. You have earned this particular stubbornness. The square is modest, a local invention of commerce and company, not a spectacle, baskets, with indifferent cabbages, a boy negotiating a pyramid of apples that the laws of gravity resent, a seamstress selecting a ribbon with the same concentration she will later apply to hunger. A brewer's horses stand with their dignified hooves planted, patient with human hurry. The air is busy rather than loud, a chorus of intention. You tell yourself there is safety in intention. You are wrong, but you're not punished for being wrong all at once. The noise arranges itself into layers your mind's hands cannot hold. A call at your left arrives as an accusation at your right. A wheel's iron rim strikes a stone and throws a spark into your mouth. Children's laughter pierces you oddly, like a memory that refuses to identify itself. You slow, as if a square and sky had entered a corridor narrow enough to make turning impossible. Your arms feel like they belong to someone taller. Breathing acquires corners. You think, all right, then here, sit. You lower yourself with the kind of politeness that believes in chairs even on cobbles. Someone says something, then nothing. A hand hovers over your sleeve and withdraws, the city's most merciful custom. This hesitation before help, in case a person's dignity is the only thing she has left. You stare at the stones until they stop containing your whole future. For a moment, you become so light the world's fabric might unthread under you. Then someone, some cloud of a someone, decides you are a woman and therefore worth lifting carefully. The rest is dragon darkness and a smell of beer that belongs to the horses. When you wake, the ceiling is yours again. Familiar crack running toward the corner, a fly negotiating with God. You have been undressed and redressed by hands that meant to honor you. The pillow is too clean to be a dream. Your chemise clings, your hair has been brushed into a truce with itself and then abandoned at the knot behind your ear. You blink and the room accepts the blink. For a long time, you have no opinions. The bottle is in the drawer, wrapped, new, paper, string, the same careful label, the same number printed as if numbers could keep their promises without your help. Someone ordered it. Perhaps you, perhaps the maid, who has learned to move the house toward rescue without witnesses. You lift it, not to open, only to feel the weight. The wrist reports more future than you can presently hold. You set it back in its little republic of linen and try not to count the dead glass behind. What happened? The mind wants to call it fainting because fainting is respectable and reversible. Was it absence or excess? Did the world go out because nothing was in you or because too much was? For a minute, both theories are true and neither is an indictment. You learn a new thing about confusion. It can be kind when it refuses to assign blame. Your husband appears at the door in the posture of a man who has stood in doorways all his life, making decisions about entry. His expression is organized, the way a face gets when it has prepared itself to encounter a crisis in a manner that reflects well on the household. More like yourself, he asks. You nod. He does not ask about the street. He's grateful to resume the question he knows the answer to. He says someone from the office stopped by. He says Mr. F has taken a flat in Hackney, which proves that the city rewards patience. He does not cross the room. He does not need to. You are not a fire. The maid's sleeve bears a faint mark as if someone's fingers had borrowed it in haste. You would thank her for being a bit of rope if gratitude didn't sound like apology when said across the distance, your lives keep. She brings tea and does not meet your eyes out of respect for your right to pretend you needed no one. You consider taking her hand? You do not? There are girls in this city who survive because the women they serve pretend not to know anything. You do not dismantle the scaffolding that has kept both of you up. Later, you open the drawer as a woman opens a closet that contains her future dresses and clearly fewer of them. You pour with the humility of a person newly granted a license she should not have let lapse. 25. No theft from the lip. It takes longer than it used to, as if the tincture were rehearsing a principle before applying it. When the relief comes, it comes with the manners of a clerk, on time in the way that means late compared with memory. You do not complain. The body has learned to accept partial kindness. For 2 days, you perform rectitude. The bottle lives exactly where bottles live. The spoon acquires a morale. You say as needed and mean as written. You answer 2 letters with a handwriting that earns its right angles. You put a shawl around your shoulders and sit in the garden for 10 minutes like a woman in a print whose domestic virtues have been engraved by a man who did not ask her name. You come in before the air changes its mind. This is what you tell yourself you want. Manageable weather, then night. The old room returns, the narrow dusk, the door that remembers only how to be closed, the steady breath on the far side. You wake with your fist in your mouth and, more humiliatingly, with a thought that calls itself practical and is, do not scream. Screaming requires other people. You are trying not to require other people more than statistics allow. You rise without turning the lamp up. The floorboards confess your weight in the old places. At the washstand, you wet a cloth and hold it to your jaw, where the tooth lives like a small, uncharitable god. You stand until the ache dulls into rhetoric. Back at the drawer, you open, you count, you swallow, you do not wait standing up because this is not a situation that wants to be challenged. You lie down and let the room learn you again. In the morning, the city presents itself as a place where nothing disgraceful has occurred. Coal has been delivered. A woman passes with a basket of clean shirts for someone who is not you. The bell at St. Andrew's practices time on behalf of people who need to be reminded that it exists. Your husband leaves the Thursday envelope on the mantelpiece instead of in the drawer. Perhaps he will remember later. Perhaps he wishes you to remember first. You move it quietly, which is the grammar of your marriage. Important nouns returned to their accustomed locations without remarks that would turn them into subjects. You think of the square without anger. It was not treachery. It was a test. And you were a woman who had not studied that chapter lately. There will be other squares. There will be small shops and corridors between rooms, and the particular kindness of stair landings where a person can stop and pretend she intended to count the spindles. You hold the banister and feel the city's pulse through wood. It is bearable to belong to a thing that does not notice you. It is better when it does not notice. By afternoon, you have the measure of the day. 30 as higher. 5 if the air becomes officious. None in the hour when the maid will be on the stair, because policy should not look like need. You pour, and the bottle corrects your hand delicately. A partner in a dance you never admitted to learning. You keep the old bottle in the drawer because you're sentimental about glass. When the new one is half empty, you will move the old forward to make room for the next relic. The little cemetery grows in the privacy you have purchased. What remains unpurchased are the questions you have taught yourself not to ask. The ones about cause and cure, about whether the door in the dream could be opened by any key you still own. You practice smaller bravery. At the edge of sleep, you imagine your hand on the latch a second longer than courage allows. In that second, you hear your name said correctly once, by no voice you can place, and the sound steadies something that has nothing to do with drops. You sleep as a person who has decided to try again, not heroically, not eternally, just tomorrow. For now, the house resumes its devotions, water heating for tea, coal persuading itself to flame, a mouse conducting its commerce like any decent citizen. The boy with a soot on his face will knock when called. The apothecaries' girls will write your initial as if it were theirs. The doctor will arrive on Tuesday and praise improvement in the language of furniture. You will sit, you will pour, you will count, you will stop. Some days you will be carried without witnesses through a private escort back into your bed and wake with a bottle new as a promise. On those days, you will forgive yourself for being someone who needed carrying. On other days, you will walk as far as the lilac and come back with the air safely inside you. Both kinds count. Evening puts down its soft thumb on the house. The fire behaves. The lamp sheathes its brass. Your husband clears his throat around a Latin tag he likes to pretend he understands. You fold your hands in your lap, the pulse of your wrists agreeing to behave under a skin and glove. The bottle sleeps behind linen, actual as bread, legal as marriage. You take nothing now, not because it would be wrong, but because there is a sweetness in delaying that feels so close to victory. You allow yourself to name it so for this hour. Your husband learns to speak about you in the third person before he knows he has. It happens in the hall, that jurisdiction of coats and decisions. You are in the next room, shawl pulled close, listening to the shutters speak their old argument with the wind. The physician's voice is low and dutiful, the way men lower their voices when they are about to propose kindness that will move furniture. A period of rest, he says, and the phrase arrives like a card slipped under a door. Away from a stimulation, a quiet house, order. Your husband repeat order as if the word itself could square a room. You do not hear your name. You hear somewhere peaceful. A regimen will have her properly attended. The language is soft to avoid bruising. It has been decades since anyone in a Bedford row used the older vocabulary, the one that called such places by the name every servant knows. Progress is the art of changing the word and leaving the building where it stands. The door opens, the physician enters wearing the expression domestic healers reserve for the sick and the solvent. He places two fingers, cool and brief, on your wrist as if confirming you still own one. We think, he says, as if thinking were a service he performs for you, that some days in a rest home will help you recover properly. A change of air, regular hours, broth. He says broth with the confidence of a priest naming a sacrament. You understand that resistance, if offered, would be filed under symptoms. You nod. It is easier, almost merciful, to be carried by other people's verbs. You do not ask how long. Few plans in this house include numbers that would satisfy a lawyer. The physician brightens. He prefers compliance to courage because courage is chatty and promises to arrange everything. No visitors at first, he adds gently, tranquility, and he rolls the last syllables the way one rolls bandage on a wound one wishes would behave. The maid begins to pack as if she had been waiting in the wings for her cue. Drawers open in a grammar of wood and linen. Shoes are paired, the respectable, the familiar, the pair that says, I am not quite well, but I will come down. Hairpins patter into a small tin with a sound like orderly rain. No one asks you to choose. The garments that once felt like declarations have been demoted to proofs that you can still be carried in public without arguments. You try to assist and find that helping with your own departure is like trying to see the back of your head. The maid does not look directly at the drawer where the bottles live. She reads the air like a literate person and removes the current gloss without making the removal appear important. It vanishes the way a stain vanishes when a girl with sense carries the cloth from the room before anyone sees it. You're not sure whether you were expected to notice. You practice the only dignity available to you, pretending you did not. The house behaves as houses do when they sense a ceremony. Its sounds become audible to themselves, the clock performing its improvement of minutes, the grate shifting ash like a man clearing his throat before a necessary lie, the stairs rehearsing each footfall as if a judge were listening. A hired cab arrives in the street and speaks old language in iron and leather. Your husband appears at the threshold with a posture he uses in court when he means to be both sympathetic and decisive. He takes your arm, he does not squeeze, he does not release. Only for a bit, he says, the sentence cut to fit the mouth of a man who is not at home with prophecy. The world between the front door and the cab is small and enormous at once. You experience it as a corridor made of air, the smell of coal, of damp stone, of the polished banister's wax, of your own perfume remembering its obligations. Outside, Bedford Row is practicing afternoon. A clerk hurries past with a sheaf of papers that behave better than people. The driver touches his hat to the shape of money and grief. The step is higher than it has any right to be. The seat receives you with the correct impersonal kindness of hired things. The door closes with a sound like an agreement, and the cab takes your weight down the street. London behaves as if it has always been taking women somewhere. Shops pass in a reasonable order, a ribbon of blue glass where apothecaries make stained windows out of pain, a narrow grocer's with onions braided into a sermon about thrift, a print seller displaying London's victories to people who need to borrow some. You count turns because counting is a way of believing in maps, and belief is a sort of fuel. The driver does not consult you. His horse knows the route men describe as best. At the gate, a porter waits with the gravity of someone who sees arrivals as weather. The building beyond him is not a punishment. It has practiced not looking like one. Brick, clean and slightly self-impressed. Ivy holds the walls in a companionable grip, windows regular as teeth, lower ones with iron arranged in a pattern that wishes to be mistaken for decoration. A woman in gray opens the door before you're meant to worry about knocking. Her smile is the smile nurses keep for women who have been told a version of the truth that will not inflame them. Mrs. L, she says, and your name? Sitting there with one letter shaved off, nods back. Inside, polished floors that keep their counsel, a smell of lavender tasked with making sorrow smell laundered, a hush designed, not natural, the sort of quiet that is bought by routine. Far down a corridor, a fireplace flickers in a room where someone sits as still as a painted woman. A nurse leans in to murmur something into the painted woman's ear, and the woman blinks, obediently, as if that were the whole assignment. The nurse shows you to a small room with a bed that has intentions and a window that will be more sky than world. Curtains pale, careful, likely to be sewn shut if women persist in hope. A picture on the wall, sheep in a field where nobody is buried. The nurse names the next hour the way one names birds. There will be tea, there will be a physician, hours, who will speak with you about your regimen. There will be rest. There will be a turn in the garden when the air behaves. There will be no visitors at first, which is how tranquility protects its investment. You nod, and nodding becomes a way to keep from answering questions no one will risk asking. Your husband stands in the doorway like a man proving he has done what decency requires. I'll come on the weekend. He says the future wraps itself around the weekend in his mouth, like ivy around brick. All right, he adds, in case the weekend decides to be someone else's. You smile the smile that has preserved many marriages from their adjectives. He squeezes your gloved fingers once precisely and steps back. The cab door opens somewhere like a stage direction being obeyed. The nurse says, just for the first nights, someone will sit up with you. The sentence is meant to be kind. It is also a verdict. When the door closes, you are briefly alone with your things, which have never judged you. The trunk yawns in a polite rectangle. You sit on the bed because that is what one does with beds. The mattress answers you with springs that believe in propriety. You rest your hands in your lap where the pulse can behave under glove. You notice the absence with a craftsman's eye. No bottles. The quiet here has content. It is not the quiet of a household minding you. It is the quiet of a system that has calculated how much sound a woman will require to surrender. A clock somewhere you cannot see writes minutes on your nerve endings. Footsteps in the hall travel with institutional confidence. Someone laughs at the far end of a corridor, and the sound arrives here out of breath and ashamed of itself. Your own breath performs the exercises it was taught long ago in rooms that smelled of chalk and wardrobes. You lie back and learn a new ceiling. Its cracks have not had time to mean anything to you yet. Tea comes. It is exactly hot enough to be medicinal and not indulgent. You thank the nurse because gratitude keeps one's tongue in practice. She tells you the physician will speak to you about your preparations. He will say regimen again and perhaps hygiene of mind. He will suggest light reading and heavy sleep. It will not say the word that would shorten the distance between you and what is happening. Words here have their shoes polished. Evening gathers by instruction. The corridor dims as if an usher had moved down it with two fingers on the lamp glasses. Somewhere a woman sings the first bar of a lullaby and cannot find the second. The nurse who will sit the first nights takes the chair by your bed, as if she were born in that chair. She has a shawl folded in the lap that once belonged to a woman like you and now belongs to this building. She asks if you would like the window opened a finger width. You say yes because choosing a finger width is still a power. The air that enters is unambitious and therefore perfect. Between waking and sleep, the familiar dream pulls up its chair. The narrow room, the closed door, the breath on the other side. Only now the door in your dream resembles the door of your new room, and the breath could belong to the nurse in her careful chair, or to the part of you that has not agreed to be edited. You picture the drawer at home, its little republic of glass, the curve of a label with your name's first letter curling like a tame weed. You picture your hand not reaching. You picture reaching. The pictures lose their edges. The room loosens its grip. The clock performs its witchcraft of consent. You sleep as a person who has been moved from one verb to another. In the morning, perhaps, the physician in gray will announce the new rules in the voice of a man presenting a sensible treaty. Perhaps he will say what is and is not part of the regimen, and you will nod in a way that keeps the treaty intact for another hour. For now, the building holds you with its practiced gentleness. For now, the night has been persuaded to be ordinary. For now, you are a woman on a bed in a room that believes it knows what to do with you. You close your eyes. The nurse shifts her shawl and becomes a statue of wakefulness. Somewhere, a cart arrives with bread. The day begins its rounds. Morning in the rest home is rung, not dawned. A bell travels the corridor with the authority of a clerk turning a key. Doors open and the quiet rearranges itself around footsteps. Your nurse gray dress, cuffs that never admit to stains, measures you with her eyes first, then with a thermometer that smells of carbolic. We'll have you back to rights, she says in the gentle plural of institutions. The sentence contains an unprinted addendum, back to our rights. Breakfast is a doctrine, milk warmed to the exact temperature of obedience, bread that breaks without argument, beef tea that tastes like a rumor of meat. A nurse sits while you drink and pretends not to count. When you set the cup down, it is replaced with a glass of something chalky that calls itself a tonic. The label on the bottle, which you are not permitted to read, has numbers that do not belong to you. Bromide, perhaps, or chloral coughed into civility with syrup. Rest for the nerves, they call it, and the phrase behaves the way a shawl does when it hides a bruise. The physician arrives mid-morning in a gray coat designed to look incapable of error. He says regimen and hygiene of mind and avoid exciting literature with the self-belief of a man who thinks a sentence can be applied like plaster. When you mention sleep, he says hours, as if time were a prescription that could be filled. You try the only direct question you have saved. Will I continue with? And you let the word refuse to be said. He spares you, not part of the new regimen. He answers, quick and kind, the way one snuffs a candle before it smokes. He writes something neat in your casebook. Melancholia complicated by confinement, convalescence delayed by nervous habit, rest recommended. Your name appears at the top in a confident hand that makes it look as if it has behaved all its life. They show you the garden the way an usher shows a seat. This is where you will sit and be well. Paths are organized into loops that refuse to become circles. Gravel has been chosen for its noise. Walkers are meant to announce themselves and thus be known. Women drift in pairs or singly, pale as if the building has been generously washing them of their old colors. Some carry knitting that never advances. One reads the same page each day with admirable sincerity. Another counts steps, then forgets the number and begins again at 1, the only digit a person can own without debt. Inside, the hours are buttons sewn to cloth, regular, secure, designed to hold your days closed. Curtains are sensible, pinned, then stitched, a compromise between view and safety. The window will open the width of a coin. Your bed is made as if a demonstration were being held for a class of invisible girls. Sheets, folded exactly, they coverlet, indifferent to argument. A chair at the right angle from the bed so a woman can be visited by the physician without the indignity of making him move furniture. You ask for your bottle only once. It is a test more than a request, the way a person touches a healed scar to see whether it has accepted history. The nurse tilts her head until pity and training find their treaty. We mend with rest now, she says, and replaces your sentence with a cup. You accept the cup because cups are lawful and because the effort of refusing would cost you the day's a small ration of will. The liquid is chalk and lullaby. It blunts, it does not warm, it moves through you like snow someone has taught to behave. You learn the liturgy quickly, bid until noon the first week, then 2 hours up and 2 down, then a measured constitutional around the gravel with a nurse who talks of nothing in phrases designed to fit between breaths. You are encouraged to write a few lines to a relative, only cheerful matter, and discouraged from reading beyond sermons and the sort of travel book that keeps geography tame. They remove the pen when your hand trembles, not out of cruelty, but to prove the trembling will pass. It does, for minutes. Then it returns with new grammar. Other women become a study you do not mean to undertake. Mrs. B strokes the arm of her chair as if the wood might remember her father. Miss H recites lists of rivers when anxious. The Nile is a sacrament, the Thames a confession. A girl with shorn hair walks the corridor at night, humming the fugitive first bar of a cradle song. She does not speak at table. Her wrists are bandaged with a neatness that suggests practice. The staff call her pet or my dove in a voice designed to cuddle harm back into itself. She is gone by spring. You do not ask where. In places like this, the past tense is mercy. There is talk in whispers of new therapies the city is practicing on its difficult citizens. Faradayization. Someone says in a nurse's pantry, electricity's cautious handshake meant to persuade nerve and muscle to recall their marriage. You are not selected. You have become, fortunately, the kind of patient institutions like to keep. Biddable, thin, neither dramatic nor cured. You sleep on command with the assistance of chalk and milky arguments. You eat when asked and leave a polite remainder to demonstrate you are not greedy. You take the air and do not wander. Your chart acquires a steadiness that reads as improvement because the pencil does not waver. Days begin to rhyme: breakfast, pulse, a cup, the prescription of long lying, a turn in the garden with someone who speaks to you as if you were already growing better. Dinner that has no opinions, the afternoon bell that means either chapel or nothing, the small dose of night. The building teaches your body its schedule until your nerves, stubborn secretaries that they are, begin to type the day without instruction. When pain visits, it does so with better manners than at home. It knocks softly and sits near the door. It is not allowed to shout. You practice tiny rebellions because the human shape refuses to be entirely administrative. You fold your handkerchiefs into a different geometry than the maid has been trained to recognize. You count the faint cracks in the ceiling and assign each a country you will not visit. Once, you raise the window an extra finger's width and let in air you could call illicit if air knew how to be guilty. The nurse lowers it when she returns after she has straightened the chair by instinct. Neither of you remarks the act. That is the treaty you are learning. Gentle defiance will be permitted as long as it leaves no mark on paper. Letters arrive from your husband on a schedule that has the courtesy to be inconsistent. He writes of offenders and fences, of a magistrate who believes in Latin as if it were a neighbor, of the scullery pipes that bang like distant artillery. He encloses 2 sovereigns in one envelope and a pressed leaf in another, proof that the world still performs seasons even when a woman is indoors. He does not mention the bottle. Neither do you. The words between you have learned to be polite enough to survive. Visitors are delayed, then permitted, then discouraged again when your caller decides to experiment with absence. On the allowed days, your husband sits in the chair at the appointed angle and admires the order of the place in phrases that are really prayers. He approves of charts, of hours, of the fact that someone has institutionalized broth. You approve of his approval because it allows you to be quiet while someone speaks in favor of the room where you sleep. When he leaves, the air depresses the cushion with his shape for 2 minutes, then remembers itself. Sometimes at night you wake with your old heart, its little hooves rattling the stable because no bell rang to tell it not to. You sit up and watch the nurse breathing in the chair, her shawl, an obedient animal, across her knees. You press your hand to the mattress and count the movement for proof you're in a building that can afford quiet. You do not open the window. You do not open your mouth. You do not reach for a drawer because there is no drawer to reach for. You lie back and learn what the tonic can and cannot do. It can bring down the volume. It cannot change the song. Your body, briefly grateful to be managed by other people's clocks, begins to shift its terms again, slowly, slyly, the way Ivy decides to own brick. The chalk draft that flattened panic last week now only humbles it. The sleep that arrived when told now requires coaxing by a second glass and firmer words. You say nothing because saying things here makes them larger. And your main work is to keep every object the size that lets it pass through doorways. In the office, where the registry lives, the ink thickens. Your name is entered again with notes in the margin in small, apologetic hand. Response to regimen, prefers quiet, no visitors for the present. Sometimes a line is added in red pencil by a matron who believes color will save women. Continue. The matron will retire. The pencil will remain. Time here advances by pens. Weeks pass like a tidy procession. Somewhere in London, in rooms you can still sketch with your eyes closed, the boy with the soot-smudged face knocks at doors with parcels that glow blue through glass. The apothecaries' girls write initials fast and legible. A maid brings a bottle upstairs and puts it where a hand can find it with dignity. Here, the bell rings, the tonic arrives, and your hand finds only linen. You are not worse, you are less. You become someone the building can claim as a success because you do not startle it. Once, after chapel, you see a woman in another corridor stand at a window with her hand flat against the pane, palm to sky, as if she were teaching the world to stay. You recognize the posture. You have used it yourself in rooms with better curtains. You walk on because walking on is the virtue this place rewards. The nurse notes in your book that you took air and were composed. She leaves a lavender sachet on your pillow that declares, with scented confidence, that the night will be decent. It is not kind, not unkind, decent. You sleep tonic first, then lamplight is softened to the color of planning. In your dream, the corridor is the old one and the door is still closed. The breath on the far side matches yours for a few cycles and then falls out of a step. You wake believing briefly that the person behind the door is only waiting for you to begin. You wait. Breath arranges itself into something nearly shared. You close your eyes. Somewhere, a pencil writes continue and means exactly what it says. Time here refuses to be counted in days. It prefers fabrics, calico months, muslin weeks, a velvet winter smoothed by hands you never see. Seasons arrive not as weather but as management. Thicker shawls placed at the foot of beds, the bell rung earlier, a new Polish smell that means the matron intends the building to repel both dust and despair. Outside, London is loud about its calendar, election posters, influenza, a comet someone swears he saw from Blackfriars Bridge. But inside, the year is a series of sensible substitutions. Beef tea becomes mutton broth when prices change. Bromide becomes a draft of chloral if the night pretends to be a cliff. The nurses call these changes progress with the kind of conviction that lives most comfortably on starched cuffs. Your body, which once behaved like a character in a novel, ambitious, moody, too articulate, settles into something closer to a ledger. Pulse, recorded. Sleep, observed. Appetite, variable. A word that keeps pity from becoming policy. The chalk drink makes obedient little maps down your throat. The carbolic tang of the thermometer reminds you each morning that someone believes you worth measuring. You become grateful for being worth anything at all. Letters continue, brave and narrow. Your husband writes from chambers about fences that turn out to be about money, that turns out to be about grief. He encloses half truths and coins. He addresses the envelope to the building rather than to you, as if the street itself had become your surname. Sometimes the seal is broken by a nurse before she reaches your bedside. The letter enters the room already translated into what can be safely said aloud. You begin to read for cadence rather than meaning. His sentences are proof that someone still uses your name in the right tense. On visiting days, he sits where husbands sit in places that prefer husbands to be comfortable. He admires the order as one admires a well-drilled volunteer regiment, handsome, reassuring, irrelevant to battles. You're looking well, he says, which is what men say when they want a day to behave. The phrase lands like a pressed leaf from a tree you used to recognize. He tells you that Mrs. P has scandalized the street by turning her parlor into a market for causes, that the price of lamp oil no longer obeys arithmetic, that the magistrate has retired without altering his opinions. You answer with kindness as if his reports were rain at the window, heard, forgiven, expected. When he rises, he hesitates. There is always a little rehearsal at thresholds where decisions are made about the next thing that will be said. Soon, he offers a calendar word that excuses everyone from accuracy. You nod because nodding is the kindest lie you know. Women go and women come. Names arrive with hair and leave with boxes. One who could never sit still learns to and receives praise that tastes like chalk. Another, who spoke to saints after lights out, stops speaking at all. The building is pleased and records improvement in a hand that believes itself neutral. The girl with the bandaged wrists disappears one morning as if the hall itself had opened a seam and let her through. A newcomer with a hat, too brave for this place, spends her first week like a woman trying to be clever in a language she doesn't speak. By the second week, she is fluent in the schedules. You begin to understand that the institution's greatest talent is translation. There are fugitive events. A piano in a parlor is tuned so solemnly that for a day the corridor sounds like hope swallowing its cough. A minister with the face of a well-kept butcher preaches gentleness to women who have learned to be gentle as a survival skill. He pronounces peace like a word he bought fresh and intends to share. A doctor's lecture in the matron's office mentions Faradayization, electricity administered like a handshake between nerve and will. You picture yourself lit briefly like a lantern. You are not selected. The pencil next to your name writes response to regimen, and the phrase protects you from adventure. Your rebellions have grown botanical, small, persistent, requiring light. You fold the counterpane back a finger width more than the chart allows. You walk 2 extra circuits on a day a nurse's shoes squeak, adding the squeaks to your private collection of reasons. You smuggle a sentence from a novel under the bed, like a sprig taken from a public garden. You do not get caught because your face has learned to be a wall with a painting on it. Once, in the garden, a robin appears on the gravel like a punctuation mark. It tilts its head as if asking for your best word. You think of enough, the way a mother says it, when the milk is in and the baby insists on inventing hunger. You try the word out where no one can hear it. Enough. It feels like a teaspoon placed on the right saucer and the right saucer set down without a click. At night, the tonic shortens the stairs between waking and asleep, but the dream still knows the way to you. The corridor, the door, the breath beyond it, less menacing now, more administrative, as if the person on the other side has been given a uniform. There are moments when the breath seems to wait for your own and match it, cycle to cycle, and those are the nights you wake with your fist unclenched, the pillow decently dry, the window a lawful slit letting in air that has passed the city's inspections. On a morning that cannot decide to be spring, you're moved to another room, east corridor to north, because buildings, like people, tire of sameness in places where sameness is the cure. The wallpaper is the same, the bed believes in a same posture, the window offers more chimney and less tree. A nurse you do not know teaches your body its new distance to the bell. You adore her for the way she sets your cup down without making it sound like judgment. She calls you by your first name, uninvited, as if she has always known you. It takes you a week to remember that the name is, in fact, yours. Your handwriting, which used to interrogate a page into sense, simplifies itself into courtesy. Yes, I am taking air. Yes, the regimen suits me. No, I do not require anything. You sign the initial that used to feel like a disguise and now feels like a medal for surviving paper. When the matron praises your compliance, her smile is accompanied by a red pencil mark. Continue. That looks from certain distances, like love trying to be professional. Some afternoons carry remnants of pain like a scent in a shawl, jaw humming with a small, ungenerous music, bowels arguing their side of a case you have no desire to hear, a brief brightness at the perimeter of your sight, as if the room is a coin and someone has rubbed it too hard. You accept the tonic with the grace of a woman grateful for any warm thing pressed into her hands. It dulls, not cures. It flattens the landscape until hills and holes both become manageable. Your idea of hope adjusts to suit the terrain. A day in which the nurse does not have to prompt you to stand. A letter that arrives on a morning when you remember where the letter opener lives. The staff change as seasons do. A young nurse with too much zeal discovers that zeal bruises. She learns to carry quiet like a tray. An older one retires to a sister in Kent. You imagine her missing the bell the way people miss the sea after they have left it. A new physician replaces the old gray and brings with him the conviction that fresh hands can lay down law more gently. He reads your chart like a man deciphering a psalm, respectfully, selectively, a brief trial of exercise unsupervised, he writes, which means you may walk the corridor alone as long as you remember to look owned by the hour. The privilege makes you dizzy. You take 3 slow turns and return the freedom intact, as if freedoms were library books with a mind for their due dates. News floats in despite the curtains. There has been a law, poisons more carefully labeled, skulls and bones printed on a certainty. The nurses approve, in their view, decency is a font a size. You realize, with the mild surprise of a woman who once had a drawer and a system, that the law is late for you personally and perfectly on time for the world. Somewhere in Bedford Row, a label has learned to shout. Here, the chalk continues its whisper. Sundays are the nearest thing to grace. The smell of soap insisting on being ceremonial. The hymn from the little chapel lifted by voices designed to accommodate more than belief. You like the parts that ask nothing of you but breathing at the right place. The chaplain's sermon speaks of lilies and birds in a voice learned from the kind of classroom where no one ever failed permanently. You exit with the others and feel for a step or two like a citizen of a small, honest country that has managed to outlaw alarm. And yet, because time refuses to stop converting itself into knowledge, you begin to see your life as a series of rooms with doors you did not open and doors you tried that never once belonged to you. Home, with its drawer and its private treaties. The street, with its knives made of brightness and children's laughter like dropped pins. This place, with its benevolent schedules, its habit of stealing pronouns and replacing them with institutions, will have you back to rights, will see to your sleep. You do not hate the theft. It keeps you from having to perform yourself. On a night when the nurse has dozed in her chair and the clock seems to have been persuaded to count by halves, you wake with the sense that someone has spoken your name, not the nurse, not God with his thunder and parables, the voice you remember from a bench near the lilac on a day the air behaved. You hold still and the voice withdraws into the quiet like a fish back into water. You do not call it back. You're learning to let mercies pass without following them to the door. Winter comes wearing the building's best manners. Porches are salted, lamps trimmed, drafts reduced to respectable drafts. You sleep more because the sleep is the one improvement everyone can record without disagreement. The tonic increases its jurisdiction by half a glass at night and a sip at noon. You consider objecting and find you have no interest in staging a trial against mercy. Your jaw complains less loudly. Your hands almost never shake when you lift the cup. The room no longer resembles the one from the dream except at the edges, which is where dreams have always lived. On your 35th birthday, calculated by someone who believes that numbers keep people from misplacing themselves, a nurse brings a biscuit with a stub of candle. It is the right kind of inadequate. You do not cry. You blow it out and say thank you and imagine, privately, the small gust your breath made traveling down a corridor lined with doors, moving papers ever so slightly, shifting dust in places no eye will check. For a moment, you feel large enough to be a weather system. Then the bell rings and the hour sets you back in your chair with the kindness of gravity. Toward a spring, your body's negotiations settle into a treaty that satisfies clerks, if not poets. You're not worse. You're someone it is possible to care for without debate. The matron's red pencil continues to write continue, and that word becomes a roof you live under. You suspect that roofs are what love turns into when it decides to be useful. You sleep. You wake. You count the cracks in the ceiling and pretend they are roads. When the nurse opens the window a coin's width each evening, you accept air like a letter addressed correctly at last. You read it without trying to remember what came before. Then you place it where good papers go, and you wait for the next bell. Spring loosens the building's jaw, and for a week, the windows open to a width that might admit a hymn. You take air with the others and feel almost transported. Nothing dramatic, only the way a room feels larger when a chair is moved 2 inches from a wall. The chalk cup continues its campaign. The bell continues its government. Your name appears in the book beside phrases that look like a life raised to the power of neatness, sleeps with assistants, prefers quiet, no visitors for the present. The matron's pencil draws its narrow red command. Continue, and the word becomes a roof under which days can be stored without a spoiling. Then the body, which has been a good clerk of late, forgets how to file. There is no scene, no clutching at a bell rope, no last-minute bargain with a god who prefers men with hat brims for altars, only a thinning. Appetite drifts like steam. Ankle bones appear where they had the decency not to. Night rises earlier each afternoon and learns how to mistake itself for a nap. The nurse brings a cup whose chalk tastes of a snow held too long in a warm hand. It flattens, it dulls, it makes the rough edges polite. It does not persuade the engine to take on coal. One evening, you wake to thirst and find that the arms which used to know furniture cannot lift the weight of water to the mouth that used to know sentences. You examine this with the old steadiness, the one you reserved for bad news that refused to disguise itself. A crack on the ceiling, which had been merely decorative, becomes geography. You travel it with your eyes and arrive breathless. At the corner, it is not a miracle. It is a corner. The nurse, who has had years of practice being ready before she is needed, sits closer. Her shawl smells of starch and earlier patience. She tidies your hair as if a woman's head were still the parish it once was. Sleep, she says, the only prayer that institutions allow themselves to speak out loud. The draft arrives and you take it because ease is the last decency. In the corridor, someone laughs, then swallows the laugh halfway through, ashamed to be the sort of person who laughs in a building where sheets are ironed into silence. A physician you do not know, fresh tie, thin pen, visits, reads the casebook, and contributes a sentence that fits the others. Maintain, he writes, it is a word with no verbs of its own. He looks at your eyes with a small lamp that believes it can instruct pupils to comply. You oblige him because compliance costs less than explanation. He presses 2 fingers to the wrist and records with satisfaction that there is still a wrist there. He does not ask whether the dream corridor has learned a new door. He has not been trained to interrogate architectures that do not appear on his plan. Letters continue, though they grow shorter, like men nearing a station who have put their books away. Your husband writes that the fence case is settled, that Mrs. P has finally set her causes back into their proper drawers, that the price of lamp oil has apologized. He encloses a leaf that has turned a brown so handsome it must be called a color instead of a failure. You try to say thank you in a note that will not be written today. You compose it to yourself instead and place it on the bedside table where invisible paper lives. On a Tuesday, people who count say it is Tuesday. Your body disagrees with calendars now. The nurse dozes in her chair and you wake into a light so thin it seems to have been shaved from glass. The building exhales. Your mouth cannot be persuaded to do the same with competence. For a while, your chest works like a careful pump that does not wish to splash. Then it decides that carefulness is a habit and not a law. You think, with the old practicality of the lilac in the small garden at home, and how even in thin years it behaved enough to offer the suggestion of bloom. You close your eyes to see it better. Sometime near 2 in the morning, no one will swear to the minute. Clocks in such places are modest. Your breath wanders off the page. The nurse, waking with the clairvoyance of people paid to notice quiets, comes to the bed and lays her hand where pulses confess. She records time with a pencil that has a specific drawer. She closes your eyelids with 2 fingers and a tenderness that has learned not to name itself. She lifts your jaw a fraction to prove to gravity that it does not own everything. Paper begins. Your name is written in the register, full this time, without abbreviation, like a courtesy returned at last. Cause exhaustion. It is a word that will do. They could have chosen others, debility, melancholia, prolonged, marasmus, but exhaustion is simple and makes a respectable neighbor for your age. The matron copies it neatly. A porter fastens the label to a slip that will travel further than you will. A laundry girl who liked you enough to keep from proving it folds your gown and places it with more care than gowns usually receive. The building executes its protocol with the human decency of a system practiced at grief. The sheet is drawn. A carriage is called after dawn so that horses can believe the day has purposes beyond this one. A man who works in a room that smells of soap and lead ties a tag to your ankle that does not feel like your ankle. He has skill in keeping faces their own. He has learned to send bodies back into the city without arguments. A letter leaves the building with the measured tone of public sorrow. It finds your husband at his office where drawers make clergymen of men. He breaks the seal and reads twice because once is never enough for sentences that end worlds without raising their voices. He folds the paper neatly and places it in a drawer that has been waiting for folded papers of this kind since drawers were invented. At dinner, he does not speak of it in a voice anyone else can hear. Later, he will take a quiet wife who prefers order. He will be kind to her in all the ways kindness knows. Your things, reduced already to the purpose of a storage, are boxed and set in a shed behind the rest home, where wooden walls remember other weathers. A year from now, a junior clerk with a moral to prove will inventory the shelves and discover that your name has not been requested. Items without claims become donations to need. Your comb finds another woman's hair. Your shawl becomes another woman's winter. Your bottle cemetery never reassembles. It was always an address, not a map. There is no funeral because the city does not stage funerals for the untheatrical. There's a receipt. There's the decency of paperwork. There's the handwriting of a nurse who adds a final line to your casebook in a hand made careful by practice. Patient expired peacefully. Peaceful, which means no one ran, which means the building has kept faith with its design. Elsewhere, in Bedford Row, the lilac you once almost loved throws up its yearly grammar of small mauve arguments. The maid, older now by months that felt like years inside houses, passes it with a pail and thinks, not of you exactly, but of the morning she learned to carry silence upstairs like a trophy. The apothecary's boy has become a man with a shop of his own. He prints labels in larger letters now because the law says poison must be easy to read. He does not remember your initial. He remembers a fold of paper that always enclosed the right coin. That is almost the same as memory. The building where you ended continues to practice its virtues on women who arrive with different names and the same need to be made smaller without pain. The red pencil keeps writing, continue, until it wears down to its last earnest inch. A new pencil replaces it. The ledger grows heavy with the weight of all the neatness. Your name remains there, black ink and a line of red, a partnership between past and instruction. And in some very ordinary room where no one has bothered to dust the top of a door, a patch of light moves from wall to floor and then away. No one in that room says your name aloud. The city does not forget you. It is not cruel in that way. It simply has no mechanism for remembering what was never committed to public story. The residue of you lives in a drawer that was closed carefully, in a maid's hands that learned not to tremble, in a husband's improved temper on Tuesdays, in a robin that paused on gravel and made you think of a word that fit. Not monument, not miracle. Enough. This was never one woman. It was a neighborhood, an era, arranged into a body so you could see it. London had a tincture for every grief it did not wish to name. Laudanum, opium married to spirits, amber and obedient, stood on mantles beside cologne and cod liver oil. A citizen with perfect papers. Physicians praised its decorum. It steadied infants, softened toothache, hushed cough, persuaded sleep, and made women manageable. Thomas Sydenham had given it a gentleman's introduction generations earlier. By your century, it was family. Bottles traveled under brown paper like respectable secrets. Labels said as needed. And need learned to speak the language of days. The city pretended mercy by inventing categories to place pain where politics would not reach. Hysteria for women whose sorrow made a noise. Melancholia for sorrow that did not. Nervous prostration for wives who stopped resembling advertisements for marriage. Doctors learned to tap wrists and take notes that sounded like care. Avoid novels, they said, because novels might alter a woman without a prescription. Take air. because air was free and could be accounted as treatment. Continue, because the one draft that worked did not embarrass a household. Improvement in such rooms meant the quieting of furniture, no scenes, no broken plates, no sentences that forced men to stop reading. Between the blue glass of apothecaries and the red pencil of rest homes stretched a century of exquisite half-knowledge. The Pharmacy Act would arrive to regulate substances that had already written their initials in so many bodies. The word poison would grow larger on bottles, skulls would warn in typographic bone, clerks would copy names into schedules, paper would perform valor, but long before legislation, the remedy had finished its rounds. Mothers, sailors, clerks, widows, composers, children with teeth. London kept going because rooms could be made bearable with a teaspoon. When sleep refused its old bargains, new drugs knocked at doors. Bromides for a mind that ran in circles, chloral to flatten the night, ether to lift pain like a magician's scarf and drop it somewhere no one could fetch it back. Electricity made a tentative entrance dressed as therapy. Faradization promised to remind muscles and nerves of their marriage vows with a polite shock. The language of cure learned to sound modern while leaving the chore unchanged. Keep the household from crisis, keep the ledger neat, keep whatever is large about a woman inside the lines. And when women broke loudly, there were institutions that learned to sing lullabies in paperwork. They were not always cruel. That is the trouble. Kindness deployed without imagination becomes a kind of fencing. Rest was prescribed because industry had been measured into a virtue. Quiet was enforced because comfort prefers quiet. Regimen stood in for diagnosis because clocks are comfort to men who own them. Casebooks bloomed with verbs that take no object. Continues, improves, declines, grammar that removes a person from her sentence. Deaths were recorded in the language of good manners, exhaustion, debility, decline, words that lay flat, unalarmed, as if even the end should not force anyone to speak too loudly. You can draw the map in smaller lines if you like. A maid learned the household's liturgy of discretion, carrying parcels up the back stair the way nuns carry bread, eyes lowered, hands sure. An apothecary's boy invented a silence that would stand up to witnesses. A husband, raised in the empire of sentence structure, mistook order for cure and gratitude for health. A physician, trained in an age before nerves had chemistry, did what worked and wrote what comforted. No one woke intending harm. A city's habits did the lifting. There were exceptions. Of course, there always are. Some women named the bottle by its common name and threw it away and lived to tell others how hard it was. Others learned replacement, sherry for laudanum, prayer for sherry, a cousin for prayer, and built a life out of substitutions that did not end them. A few met doctors who read beyond their own chalk, physicians who counted bruises as letters, who saw grief where doctrine saw temperament, who recognized the aftershocks of childbirth not as character, but as illness that could, sometimes, be mended. The better men walked the same streets as the others. They were simply rarer than policies. And yet this is not a story built to prosecute. It is a room built to be understood, a tincture did what it promised until the promise rewrote the person. A household protected its shape until the shape became a wall. A city perfected the art of continuing. Bottles emptied obediently, blew light on shop windows, turned pain into stained glass. Labels learned to shout a little too late. In the end, the writing that remained was small, a ledger entry in a clean hand, a note that said continue until the body refused, a cause of death that would not startle the dinner table. What survives is not a stone. It is a drawer with a faint perfume of wine and iron, a cupboard with an unnecessary space on the second shelf, a fold of paper in a maid's memory, a husband who sleeps more kindly on Tuesdays, a robin that tipped its head at a woman and received the best word she had left. The city has no museum for such artifacts. It keeps them where it keeps its weather, everywhere and nowhere, in habits and thresholds, in phrases that it still pass for care. If you want one last true sentence, take this. Many of the women who vanished into good manners and quiet rooms were not weak, but tired, not wicked, but medicated, not hysterical, but bereaved in a language that had no nouns for them. Their bottles were not crimes. They were bridges over hours that would have drowned them. The trouble is that bridges can choose to become the only road. So remember the little economies, the spoon lifted in a hand that shook less when gloved, the girl who learned discretion as an act of love, the boy who grew into a man and made his labels larger, the doctor who, once, asked the fourth question and listened after the answer, the woman who whispered enough to a robin and meant it for more than birds. In a century that worshipped improvement, these were the quiet mercies. The door in the dream is still closed, but breath can be matched through wood. That is history's other talent, to teach a rhythm across barriers we are not yet clever enough to open. If you listen, you can hear the women breathing on the other side, not as ghosts, not as warnings, just as proof that a life can be made from minutes arranged carefully, that a sentence can be a shelter if you pick the right words. We end where the city always does, with a street that goes on and a room that has forgiven itself for being small. Somewhere the shutters rattle with a wind that belongs to no one's weather report. Somewhere a hand writes, continue without malice. Somewhere a woman answers, finally, not in obedience, but in completion. Enough.